Hey, just checking, mic check. Can you guys hear me? Test 1, 2.
I like how you said them and not us, Kristen. She's like, I am amazing. I would never do that.
There's a fire drill. 9:30 to 11. Basically moving to 4.
Oh, good. That's encouraging.
Show me the spirit letters.
Yeah, yeah.
Given that.
I've been here before. This is lovely.
That's amazing. So you can down small already.
Oh my gosh. I wish I could tell you. Yep.
Next step.
Well, I guess you haven't done any more, so. Yes.
We are good, Mayor. All right, thank you. All right. Thank you all for those who were here. This is a hybrid meeting of the city council. Meetings of public. Viewing this meeting live on channel 8 in the city's website and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 Evans. Call study session order. Up first is the annual comprehensive financial report. Teresa. Thank you, Teresa.
Great, thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, I would like to introduce my two wonderful staff members that are here with me tonight. Val Price is our Deputy Finance Director and Tammy Hitchens is our Accounting Manager. These two ladies put the ACFR together, so I just really wanted to acknowledge all of their hard work.
Thank you.
With that, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present the city's 2024 audit information. Materials in your packet include the financial audit presentation, the independent auditor's letter, which summarizes audit opinions of the city's financial statements and the notes to the financial statements, the single audit report, which details required work related to federal funds, the management discussion and analysis, which provides a high-level and user-friendly summary of the city's 2024 financials. If you don't read anything else in the ACFR, please read the MD&A. It's probably about 12 to 16 pages. And I know it's a large and overwhelming document, but that really is the heart of providing digestible summary information for the ACFR. And then we've also included the entire ACFR book as an attachment. Plant Moran is the audit firm hired to complete the independent audit of the city's financial statements. This is their 4th year completing the city's audit. The annual audit is a lengthy process. It began with a preliminary and year-end work last fall, and it was not completed until June 23rd of this year. So it goes on for quite a while. There's a lot of work involved in completing it. I would like to thank our finance staff for their efforts throughout the year. Completing the audit and financial statements would not be possible without their hard work every week of the year. Hard copies of the 24 ACFR will be distributed to you once printed and available. And with that, it is my pleasure to introduce Bill Brickey, our audit engagement partner from Plant Moran. He is here with us remotely tonight and will present additional information on the 24 audit. Bill, just do a sound check. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you so much. Just let me know when you're ready for the next slide and I will advance for you.
Just a second. Sorry.
We're pulling the presentation up, so just give us a second.
Sure.
There we go. Here in just a second.
And once Bill is done with the presentation, we welcome any questions you may have.
Should be good to go.
Good.
Good.
Bill, it's your show.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. As mentioned, I'm here to talk about the audit for the year ended December 31, 2024. And really just want to start off by echoing Teresa's comments about your staff. I mean, your team really does a great job preparing for the audit, helping us get through the audit, and we appreciate all the help that they provide. As mentioned, it really takes several months to complete the audit and kind of doing this in addition to their normal duties, and they really just do a great job. So really appreciate their assistance. Also, as Teresa mentioned, the audit materials that are included in your packet are, a couple hundred pages. And so we thought, rather than try and go through that, we've prepared a brief presentation here to highlight some of the key items that are included in those deliverables. And that's really what this presentation is meant to do today, is really just provide a quick summary and certainly address any questions that you may have. So what we're going to talk about today, we're going to discuss the financial statement audit. We'll go through the required post-audit communications, which is a separate letter that we issue as part of the audit process. And then finally, we'll talk about the federal single audit, which is our audit of your compliance with federal grant rules. So going to the next slide here, really what this is just highlighting the key components of the annual comprehensive financial report. So understanding when you look at that document, it's, hundreds of pages, and just want to point out where some key information is. So the audit report, which I'll talk about in just a moment, begins on page 13 and goes through page 15. That's really my main deliverable to you as the audit. The rest of the document really, belongs to the city and is prepared by your staff. The next section is the management discussion and analysis, which goes from page 17 to 29. And again, that's really a verbal summary of what happened during the current year. And it's just a great thing that users of the financial statements can read to understand what happened without necessarily having to be an accountant. So that's a good section to look at. And then the basic financial statements is on page 31 through 78. And that's really where you're going to find all of the key financial numbers. So you're going to see your balance sheets in there, your income statements, the information on all your fund, and then that's supported by the footnotes, which really expands upon the numbers that are included in those statements. And then if you wanted to see budget to actual comparisons, those begin on page 79 and go through about page 124. And then finally, there's a statistical section in there, which highlights not necessarily just financial information, but also information about the city, including demographic information, economic information, things like that. So just wanted to provide this brief summary, understanding that document can be quite intimidating if you're not used to looking at it. As we talk about the financial statement audit, as I mentioned earlier, the main deliverable to you as your auditor is our opinion on those financial statements. The city did receive what we refer to as an unmodified audit opinion, again in the current year, which essentially means the financial statements are in compliance with all the rules and regulations. We will often refer to this as a clean audit report. So happy to provide that opinion. Also want to highlight that the city did implement 2 new required accounting standards in the current year. So GASB statement number 100 related to accounting changes and error corrections, and GASB statement number 101 related to compensated absences and really the way you value the liability for time that your employees are going to be paid for that they're not necessarily going to work. Neither one of these standards really had a significant impact on the city in the current year. There were really just a few minor items there, nothing substantial, but we did want to point out that those were two standards that were implemented in the current year. On the next slide, we're kind of going to look at a brief summary of some financial information. So the first slide we're going to look at here relates to the city's net position. And when we talk about net position, we're really talking about the entire government as a whole. So not necessarily just looking at the general fund, but everything kind of put all together into one statement. So that we often refer to this as the government-wide financial statements. So we have a 10-year history of net position. And just as a quick reminder, what net position is, it's essentially the difference between the assets, everything you own, and the liabilities, everything you owe. And the difference is net position, sometimes referred to as like equity if you're working in like a for-profit setting. As we look at the 10-year trend here, you'll see really nice increase year over year for the last 10 years. And in the current year, the city was able to increase its net position by about $147 million over 2023. And really, as we look again, as the last 10 years, you've really over doubled since 2014 to 2024, and really just a result of your revenues just continuing to go up greater than the expenditures of the city. So really just a nice trend there. And then we have a breakdown at the bottom. I won't necessarily go through the different components in that position, but just wanted to highlight the fact that you do continue to increase the net position, and we're able to continue to do so in the current year. On the next slide, we'll take a look at, again, thinking about this from the government-wide perspective, all the funds together, and looking at some of the increases and decreases in some of the major categories. So as I mentioned before, total net position increased by about $46.8 million in 2024, and that's down a little bit from 2023, where your net position increased $55 million. But again, certainly still very positive results. Some of the key differences we saw in 2024 compared to 2023, where we saw a reduction in charges for services that decreased about $6 million, and that primarily related to some of the changes in the impact fees from last year to this year. We saw an increase in capital grants and contributions of about $8 million in 2024 over 2023, and the significant increase there related to essentially developer contributed infrastructure to the city. So although we may not always think about that as a grant or like a revenue source, when you are provided, a road or some water rights or things like that, those are capital grants that get recorded at the city level. Some more traditional revenue sources, property taxes saw an increase of about $455,000, while sales tax increased about $2.4 million in 2024. Looking at the expenditure side, about $7.2 million increase over the prior year, and really no one significant area. I think we saw just increases really in all departments, and I think a lot of it had to do just with the overall increase in FTEs for the city as you continue to grow your workforce and fully kind of staff the available positions there. Going on to the next slide, we're going to take a look at the general fund and talk a little bit about fund balance. And so the overall fund balance in 2024 increased about $4.2 million over the prior year, and you ended the year at just shy of $108 million in fund balance. We do have on this slide a breakdown of the various components of fund balance, but if I could summarize it quickly, essentially there's about $51.8 million of fund balance that's already assigned or committed, and that really falls in these buckets of the non-spendable, restricted, and assigned. And essentially what we're saying here is this portion of the fund balance is already set aside for a specific purpose. And then the remaining amount, which is the unassigned, which is the $56.2 million, this is the amount that's really available to spend or available for future appropriations through the budgeting process. So again, overall, the fund balance position for the city remains strong, and you were able to increase that again in the current year by about that $4.2 million that I mentioned earlier. Shifting gears a little bit here away from the numbers and just talk about the audit process itself. So you may remember Mayor and Council would have received a communication from me prior to the start of the audit where we would have laid out the audit plan and the scope. And as a bookend to that, we also issue a letter at the end of the audit that talks about how did we do compared to that plan, and were there any issues that we need to discuss with you. So under the heading of significant audit findings, I'm happy to report that we did not have any significant audit findings or issues that are included in this letter. And that's why as we kind of go down the required communications here, you'll see that we highlight that there were, we did not identify any transactions entered into by the city that lacked authoritative guidance or approvals. There were no significant transactions that had been recognized in the wrong period. There were no difficulties encountered during the audit, and we had no disagreements with management. So really all positive results there related to the audit. The one unusual thing that did happen in the current year is historically, the Commerce City Housing Authority was what we refer to as a component unit to the city. So that essentially means, although they're a separate legal entity, because of the governance structure and the support that the city provided, they were included in your financial statements. So each year, the city would get the audit from the Housing Authority and then input that into your financial statements because of the ties related to that community. Some of the new agreements that were put in place and the new financing that was changed between the city and the Housing Authority, it no longer meets the definition of this component unit. Thus, it is no longer included in your financial statements. So if you were to compare 2024 to 2023, you would notice the absence of the Housing Commission in 2024. And again, that's expected to continue going forward unless those agreements or the relationship with the Housing Authority is changed in the future. The final slide we have here really relates to what we refer to as the federal single audit. But basically what this is us doing a compliance audit of your compliance with the federal grant agreements that you enter into. This is a required audit by the federal government whenever you have more than $750,000 of federal expenditures. And in 2024, the city had about $3.6 million in federal grant expenses. So we tested two of the major grant sources. So we tested the ARPA funds, which is the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds. There was about $754,000 spent with that grant. And then there was also the Highway Planning and Construction, which accounted for about $2.2 million of the federal expenses. So essentially what we're doing is we're testing is, did you spend the money on the right things? Did you spend it on allowable costs? And we're also testing the internal controls surrounding the processes for ensuring things are allowable and reporting and things like that. And happy to report that all of the opinions we issue on those grants were unmodified. Again, no issues. And we did not have any audit findings that needed to be reported as part of our testing. So all in all, very clean audits on both the financial statement side of things and the federal grant compliance side of things. So happy to provide that information. That was all the prepared comments we had, but certainly happy to answer any questions you may have or expand on anything that I mentioned.
Yes, members, have any questions? Craig, do you have any questions? You can't see them out there.
No, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Nolan.
In which category do the projects that we have approved and set aside money for appear?
Are you talking about capital projects, Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't know, is Bison Grill a capital project?
Yes, it certainly is.
Okay,
So
so it's not part of the general fund?
it's in the capital expenditures fund. So we have a major capital expenditures fund, which is separate than our general fund, where all of our funds related to capital projects live. And let me find the right page reference for you. 111. So if you look at the entire ACFR book attachment that we included in the packet, on page numbered 11, which may be a later PDF number, begins the financial statement for the major capital expenditures fund. And it's a summary financial statement. It does not, it details the capital project funding in total. But there's a few statements there that go over the capital projects.
Okay, I just wanted to make certain that those monies were accounted for.
Yes,
If you will, assigned.
yes.
So the 56 million that we have in unassigned
Mhm.
could be used on anything that the city council agrees to use it.
Yes, that,
And what is our policy for the percentage for unassigned funds?
We don't currently have a fixed policy for that. So the 56 million in unassigned fund balance is what is left over after all of our other required reserves are met, like our safeguard reserves and operating reserves. And anything already set aside for dedicated capital projects and so forth. So the 56 million is what is left over after everything else is accounted for and met. So that is available for city council to direct expenditure of. We don't have a set percentage or minimum target. That is something that I think is worth some discussion to set that policy. Because that is our main funding source and economic downturns, rainy day, funds to have available to sustain operations. So I would get really nervous if that dipped too low. But overall, all of our other financial obligations and reserves are met, and that is what is left over.
Before I ask my next question, congratulations, by the way, on it.
Thank you
In a
very
great
much.
way. The last question is, what would be 2 months worth of reserve for the city?
2 months
How much
worth.
money would that come to?
2 months is generally by GFOA's best practice. 2 months is recommended to be
Right,
about
how much, what would that look like?
16%.
How much?
We could do some quick math, but 2 months of operating. Like 16.67% of
Our safeguard is 18.7
million.
Yeah.
So I would, to be safe and round up slightly, I would say around 20 million.
Okay. So to be conservative, then 10 million a month, basically.
Yeah,
And then we could figure out from
Right.
there what we have left over.
Absolutely.
But making policy, and the city council makes the policy on
Absolutely.
what goes in the reserve.
absolutely.
Alrighty.
And just based on, kind of internal conversations that I've had with Jason and Cheryl, we would become increasingly more nervous if that 56 million dipped below 30. Like, I feel like just based on some kind of preliminary internal discussions that we've had, we've always had a goal of kind of informally keeping that at 30 or so, but there's nothing currently in written formal policy about what that number has to be and what the minimum floor would be. But I do think that would be a good conversation to have.
Yes, I think it should be agendized, and we have so many needs, and to know that there's funds available would be
Absolutely.
good to resolve.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. Just a comment, thank you for the presentation, and anytime there's a clean audit, that's always good news. And specifically on page 8 or slide 8, when it talks about no transactions entered into the city lacking authoritative guidance, so what it says to me that the process works in terms of checks and balances. And as far as like no disagreement with management, so I've been a part of audits before, that's a really big deal, because that means that either you knew about something and they pointed it out, or everyone's on the same page in terms of the financial audit and stuff. So congrats and thanks for all the work.
Thank you.
As far as I think it'll be a great discussion, but I do like the idea of making sure that, and I trust you guys as, I've had conversation with Cheryl as well about 30 million, and that puts us in a stronger financial position in some of our neighboring cities, because we've been on more of the more traditional, less spending side of the budgeting. So I do have one question though. It's about the decrease in $6 million in impact fees. I forget the slide that's on. Slide 6, can you talk more about that? I know we increased our impact fees and we're talking about impact fees, but is that a lack of building, or what's the decrease meaning?
So I think there's a combination of things there, some that have been shared with you all in a different forum that was reflected within the audit. So, but I would also say, generally speaking, there is a component of growth and development that we've not seen as strong of a year in times past. It's not bad, but it's not as strong as to where we saw significant increases in growth and development to collect that fee.
Okay. And in the last comment, I do like capturing the capital grants. I think that's a great way of highlighting like across our development community or whatnot, that these are investments within our city that often go unseen. As we all know, infrastructure and everything that goes into infrastructure isn't the most attractive thing to be highlighted. But that's a lot of money invested in our community. So thanks for doing that.
And just to give kudos to our grant manager, Jenny Penicello as well. Some of that increase is a result of her great work and going after new grants and additional grants that we haven't applied for before. So it's the capital contributions from developers as Bill described, but some of that credit also goes to Jenny.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that.
Councilman Tito.
Yeah, on the new reporting system between the housing authority and the city, how does that affect the city?
It doesn't really, and I do want to add on, Bill did a great job explaining kind of the criteria for being a component unit of the city and how they no longer meet that criteria. That does not mean that the housing authority doesn't still undergo an audit. They do. They still undergo an annual financial audit, just like the city does. They're just no longer considered a component unit and required to roll up into our financials. From a logistical and kind of staff workload perspective, it actually helps us out because we have less work to do to incorporate their financials within our ACFR. And so on some level, it removes a headache for us.
Thanks. Anyone else? I can't bring it up. I'll try to bring it up. Page 171 of the financial report. It has on there has to do with property tax. So the first one says 2015 and the second one is 2024.
Yes,
So is that to show the depreciation, and that's what
yes,
the
that's
value is?
That's one of the exhibits in our statistical section, and across the board, all of our exhibits paint a 10-year historical picture. And so that's why we compare 24 to 2015, because
Yeah.
that's like the year 1 and 10 of that 10-year picture.
Right.
And if you look at the other statements within that section, you'll frequently see 10 columns for 10 years of data showing that 10-year historical comparison for the particular data included in that exhibit.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And then as far as our revenue bonds,
Yes.
what's the balance of that now as of end of 2024? Because I know 2023 was 298 million.
Yes, we have that included. Let me find the page reference within our notes to the financial statements. It's within note 3G. So if you look at page 73, the current outstanding balance as of 12/31 of 24 is 284.3 million. So that went down from 297 to 284.
Okay.
And you can see a good summary of that on page 73 of the ACFR.
Right. Yeah, appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And as far as the book, will we get a hard copy?
Yes, you will.
Okay.
We just wrapped this up a couple of weeks ago, and it took a lot of effort to go through and meet all the document accessibility requirements under the new state law. Tammy spent a lot of time resolving those issues and making this electronic document accessible. And our next step is to follow up with our community relations group and the printer and get this printed. But yes, all of you will be receiving a hard copy.
And I do appreciate that this is available as well.
It's not
For
on the
public.
website
Well, not
as,
this one, but-
it's not on the website as of today, but it will be. We're moving to a new website at the end of this week, and we wanted to wait for that transition to happen first, and then we'll be posting this online, but it is included as a link in the packet for the agenda tonight. So it is available to the public right now.
People have questions about their finances, and
Absolutely.
it's right there, so.
We like to think the work we do is important.
Yeah. Transparency is a good thing.
Absolutely.
I don't need a hard copy. I don't need a, you can save the the trees for me on that one. I'll
You
just keep
sure?
them.
We could like autograph it for you.
No, I'll use electronic.
Okay,
Thank you.
absolutely.
I second that with Councilmember Dukes, please. You don't have to print me a copy. I got the electronic here. Thank you, Teresa.
Perfect.
Actually, I downloaded mine.
Okay.
The big city here.
Does anyone want?
Who wants it?
Anybody want? Okay. All right, I'll make sure you get one, Mayor.
You should have. It's just good when you're referencing.
Yeah.
On the previous year.
Yeah, as you can tell, I can't wait till it's printed. I have to
Yeah.
have it.
All right.
Well, thank you all very much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate your support. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Right,
We'll
growth
be
and
back.
development in Northern Range. City Manager Rogers.
Yes, sir. I need to grab the.
I'll bring it to you, Jason.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you, Mayor, thank you, council. Like last Monday, today we have Heather Berman here as well to help you all navigate the forthcoming conversation on development within the Northern Range. I have a handful of slides, just kind of recap some of the information that you all received after the February 27th meeting with the Development Committee. But as you all know, on that day, the Development Committee, as well as property owners that control significant growth opportunities in the Northern Range, met with you all. That discussion really centered around concerns about driving, driven around the challenges and the range of challenges and issues impacting development. And so the purpose of tonight's discussion is to recap the input that was captured from those stakeholders, to discuss how both perceived and real development challenges in the Northern Range can be addressed, and dive into how council views the long-term growth development within that area of our community, and how do we move forward to accomplish that vision that you all talk around this table and continue to discuss going forward, that also keeps the city fiscally healthy. So this slide from that meeting summarized really is to kind of speak about a couple of things: the complexity and unpredictability in the process, and that process clarity is critical to improving the relationship with the development community. Once again, we had heard this in a number of different thematic points from that meeting. I think also what was very clear in that discussion was the cost of doing business here in the city and the lack of clarity around decisions about investment opportunities that are created. And when those decisions create certain perceived premium risk to develop in our community. At the same time, council had an opportunity to share its thoughts with the development community and the property owners. And what clearly came across to them was that there's a strong desire and for coordination with the development community and property owners to advance the Northern Range. That what was envisioned has not been entirely delivered within the time frame to meet the needs of the community. That there was also a shared desire to address the fees to be more competitive and lower the cost of doing business in the city overall. And you all had that conversation on July 14th to kind of show that commitment to the point that was made back in February. And then last but not least, achieve alignment in planning and process and politics to minimize risk and achieve predictability. Where that all comes to really is there are barriers to efficient growth, both perceived and real, but there's opportunity to address those. And like I said, Heather here from this point on, just as a recap, to kind of help facilitate that discussion. What does the Northern Range look like? Where do you want it to go? And how do we get there as staff to support your efforts in that?
So based on the agenda, we have, just my understanding, we got 2 hours. And 2 hours, we'd love to hear mayor and council perspectives on what we want development to look like in this community. You're looking for like some bullets?
I think,
Give us a target to shoot for.
yeah, I think what we would be looking for as staff is that if there is a desired outcome, for example, if your open conversation about your philosophical viewpoint on growth and development is how can the city better market itself in that realm, in that world, to developers within the Front Range, to developers nationwide, to end users, to be thinking about who do we want to be, what do we want to be, right? That's been a big piece of discussion within our economic development strategic plan that our consultant presented in front of you. Who do we want to be when it comes to the employment aspect of the Front Range? I think that can then be led into a discussion of agendizing something on notice council business for us then to take some formative actions based on your discussions around tonight. I think generally speaking, I think with what we have heard from the development communities, that they just want to get a general sense of where and how do you all see growth and development in the city, but particularly the Northern Range north of 96th Avenue.
Fantastic.
This is just a quick question. I would like to see us go back to the city council needs slide. The overall theme slide is written from a particular point of view. And I just would like us to at least begin from the city council needs slide.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, so lovelies. What does successful development look like? 96, that's what I heard. Tell me whatever details you got, general, specific. How would you know, like, oh my God, we're crushing this?
Councilmember Dukes.
So I know you have a question, but I actually want to, if we could do another question around philosophically, the first question, it's like, do we want north of 96 to grow? And then I would say the second question is, are we, if yes, are we interested in taking steps to make it, help it grow? By, multi-family units, housing, multi-family units, housing, duplex. I think that's philosophically, how do we have that discussion? I would love to, like, do we want it to grow?
Sure.
And if so, are we
What's
okay
your
with
answer
it?
to that? What's your answer to that question?
Oh, do I want the northern range to grow above 96?
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And would I be open to apartments, multifamily units, duplexes, housing, open spaces, transportation that's, enough transportation and infrastructure roads? Yes, I'll be willing to have that discussion. And the last piece, I'm open to having multiple, I say product, meaning house product, that attracts different clientele from, the first time homeowner. So maybe it's a condo to those who are maybe empty nesters or they want different house, like you have a big yard, a small yard. So I would love to think about and work with the community around what type of product that we can have in Northern Range. So yes.
Anything you're not open to?
Anything I'm not open to, it's not so much a not, I don't want to start with a no, but I want to be thoughtful around maintaining our open space and maintaining the vision and the view of a quality community. And when I say that, I think about like what Northfield or Central Park, Stapleton has done with Forest City, how they have pocket parks and they have, they mix in restaurants on the first floor, they have amphitheater. Same thing with Painted Prairie, like they've been thoughtful around artwork. And so I would want more of that. So not necessarily take away from other things, but how do we incorporate that stuff?
Love it. Thank you.
Okay, good. Councilmember Ford and Councilmember Douglas.
I don't disagree with Councilman Dukes. I do think when I look at it from the perspective of our constituents, I think there's a desire to push commercial entertainment ahead of where we're at today. I think that if you were to go out and just randomly ask people up in the Northern Range, what do they want? I don't think they're gonna say houses right now. I think they're gonna say commercial development. But that comes with the need to have houses for customer base for those businesses. Unfortunately, though, I think that we have to focus on entertainment. We have to focus on commercial development. You need more grocery, you need more shopping opportunities, but you need entertainment opportunities as well. There's a lot of people, I mean, I'm not the guy that goes to the bar every night. There's a lot of people that want a place to go to the bar and sit down with friends and have a drink. The age group in the Northern Range is much younger than me. And those folks are in a time in their life right now where they want to be around their friends. They want to have opportunities to engage in those kind of opportunities. And we need to realize that. Unfortunately, every time we go out and try to bring in sit down restaurant, entertainment, a pub, any of those things, it always comes back as you need more density. You need more customer base. And I'm not disagreeing with that, but I will tell you, if we want to provide what our residents are asking for, we're gonna have to bridge some of that gap. And I'm not speaking for the whole council, but I am willing to look at what some of that looks like. How do we bridge some of that gap so that we can get something sooner than having to wait for higher densities? What's the gap and what do we need to do? We had to do that with King Supers when we brought in King Supers. And so sometimes you have to pay to play. And our residents are at a point right now where we need some of the services, commercial type services that they desire. And we're not gonna get that without bridging some of that gap. If say a popular steakhouse wants to go in on 104th and they're not willing to just because there's a gap in enough customers or daytime customers to meet that gap, what can we do as a city to bridge that gap? How can we invest in loans or extension of securities to get them through that period of time based on what our growth projections are? And I know that our economic development department could lay that out a lot more elegantly than I just did, but we have to be willing to help bridge some of that gap, because right now what I'm seeing on our southern end, you have North Fields and what's going on there. The northern end, you got Prairie Centers with Brighton. Brighton's paying for a lot of their development. I mean, they want a sit-down steakhouse, like Texas Roadhouse. They're putting capital as a city into those needs. And we can't compete with that unless we're willing to sit down and have that conversation and say, what is it worth to your constituents to bring this project online? And when we look at the fact that we have 56 million or 52 million, whatever the number was, and that you want to retain about 30 million of that, I think really good money spent is to consider taking part of that 20 million buffer that we have and saying, hey, let's set aside some money for economic development to get really creative and start attracting some of the desires of our residents. Because it doesn't matter, you go any time of day, the number one complaint is, hey, how come we don't have this or we don't have that? There's no place in Commerce City to go buy a pair of shoes or buy some new clothes other than King Supers or Walmart. We don't have the things that people are now, they've been here long enough, they've bought their homes, they've invested in this community. They would like to have the opportunity to shop and spend their money within this community. And I wish that I could say it a little more eloquently, but I think we have to really consider, instead of going, we need to redo this road or redo that road. I know we have some money there, but as a betting man, I would say we're better off to really look at some of that money and investing it into economic development and try to grow some of the commercial opportunities that our constituents would like to see. And so that's where I'm at with it.
Excellent, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas, then Councilmember Kim.
I'm ready. So I strongly disagree with people complain that all they're saying is residential B. We don't have, we don't have a housing shortage. What we have is income that meets what is needed to go into a space. So that needs to be resolved. We need to create employment opportunities so they aren't hitting E470 and going out to the Denver Tech Center to their jobs. We need to create those jobs right here. We have DIA right there. Instead of thinking about just supplying employees for the airport, why not think about creating jobs that are related to the airport that our own people could then make a good income? We're short commercial entertainment amenities. People just are tired of going to other cities. And I think what we need to do is step back and look at what don't those other places have that we should go after to make our city unique to those other places. So, you know, there's an Olive Garden in Northfields, there's one in Brighton. And do you think they're gonna put one here in Commerce City on Tower? Probably not. But there are other kinds of restaurants, there are other Italian restaurants that, you know, we could go after. We could create entrepreneurial incubators and we could use some of that money. Maybe we build our own buildings and then we lease them out to businesses. But we've got to do something to provide that quality of life that we promised our constituents, and we are not delivering. All we keep doing is kowtowing to the home builders that want to come in. There's a difference between the home builders and a developer. And the home builders here call themselves developers. They're not. And so we've got to differentiate from that. And if we don't start looking at building a community instead of creating the bedroom community that's expected out of us, then that's what we're going to end up with. And we're going to have very unhappy people who have chosen to make this place their home for that lifetime.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
So constituency basis, right? So what I keep hearing more is we need more retail. We need more, we need another grocery store. We need more sit-down restaurants. I will tell you that going to the International Council of Shopping Centers, ICSC in Vegas, was very eye-opening to me when talking to land acquisition folks, other developers, other retailers. Mainly, I think the majority of what I heard, just based on me just talking to them, plus also hearing them talk to other people who were advocating for their cities, was, do you have franchises? Do you have infrastructure? What is your current traffic counts like? What is your current rooftop situation? And you know, and on top of that, when I hear about that, plus also seeing that, you know, we are in a place in the northern, we talk about specific to the Northern Range. A lot of our land is primarily planned unit development, PUD. Or the fact that we have some infrastructure already in place, but the city can advocate for to bring in a sit-down restaurant. But if that building owner or land owner or infrastructure builder decides, you know what, we want to go a different direction, what can the city really do? We can economic development team can provide all the incentives it wants to, but if the land owner or the building owner or whatever the case may be thinks that, hey, you know what, I can make more money by putting in, oh, I don't know, a bank. I'm gonna go that route instead. I don't know how much more communications economic development team can do, which is something that I know they're doing and they're busting their butts for to try to get that retail those establishments in. I keep hearing too from when I was there at ICSC as well is that we are just on the cusp of the amount of rooftops that's needed, or that there is not enough traffic along the 104th, 120th Tower Road, Highway 2. There's not enough there that we don't have the right numbers. So how do you balance that, right? So in my head, I'm thinking, okay, well, you build out the houses that you need, additional houses. Now, mind you, there is not a housing shortage now. I think from the NAR or NRA website, I think there's a overage right now because no one's willing to buy because of the cost of homes. They want to keep what they've got. Plus, on top of that, you look at the mortgage interest rates being somewhere between 6 and 7%. You got to find that balance. But for me specifically, Heather, to your question, I think it's I would like to see better transportation across our northern range. I would like to see those other amenities, those pocket parks, maybe a pocket gym that we have somewhere along the corridor. Like to see the areas where along the 104th corridor to see more retail, more sit-down restaurants. But I also know for those QSRs to come in, it's a risk to them. So, I mean, it's a matter of the numbers have to financially make sense for them to even want to even think about coming here. Hopefully that answers your questions, Heather.
Yep, it's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I miss you.
Councilmember Tu, did you have anything?
No, other than, the plan back in the 1990s was to make our northern area a tech center because of the
Yes.
location.
Mhm.
And, we put in all of our building we put in conduit for fiber optics before people even knew what the hell it was. And that was the plan, and it still makes sense today,
Yeah,
so,
it does.
to me, but, I don't live up there, but, as far as Olive Garden goes, a little short story that we heard, at the Dr. Cog meeting. Olive Garden in Brighton set a national record on how many people they had show up to eat there because, they don't have the demographics for it. They have better than we do, but I mean, just the fact that we could use that information to sell a hotel here in Commerce City. It's like our Gala Gardens we used to have, you put a nice place and people will come from all around to visit it. But it's a good selling feature that we need to start pushing. Remember, they don't have it.
Yeah, thank you. All right, I'll go, then we'll go a second round.
I haven't done it yet. All I did was ask for a slide to change.
Oh, okay, all right, well done.
But you can go, Mayor.
No, go ahead.
No, go, Mayor.
It's all right.
Okay. Listening to everyone, I really appreciate your comments because I have said this so many times that I think we have more in common than we do separating us. And when we have what appear to be differences of opinion about development, it's like the how it's being done more so than what's being done in some sense. I am completely okay with different types of housing. It is very, very important, though, to consider that if there's more density, then there needs to be more open space. It needs to be proportional, so you're not all squashed in together like the Gates Rubber Company project. Nothing worse than the Gates Rubber Company project. Tennyson, that's built right straight up on the sidewalk. That's lost a beautiful opportunity there with those homes. The Reunion project is very good. Bell Creek is very good. I was very happy to be introduced to Painted Prairie, which is a fabulous project, and that developer takes great pride in what he created there. And it was designed by Peter Calthorpe, who I met for the first time 35 years ago. And he created the term TOD. That was his terminology. But a TOD is not just dense housing next to transportation. A TOD is housing along with walkability, entertainment, employment, and transportation. That's a TOD development. We don't have one of those. We have apartments next to an end line, and that's the extent of it. I completely agree with the commercial and retail aspect and doing what we can to support them financially to get off the ground if that's what the challenge is right now. The Metro District fees on some of this property is out of control. You know, they're paying 98 mils. That's far too high. We have been able to change that when it comes to future Metro Districts, but there are no future Metro Districts. They're all existing. So that's a problem for us. We need primary employment, as Councilmember Douglas was talking about also, and incubators would be great. The entertainment aspect is really important as well, because we do have a very young population in the north. They're just dying for stuff to do. And that includes young people. Young people need something to do as well. I just go to that place, but it's over there in Thornton by I-25. There's all kinds of things you could do there.
Oh,
I've been there.
Yeah,
That's the school. Okay.
Sky's like a Sky Zone and all that stuff.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, something like it, yeah. I also know that there are, when we talk about needing more rooftops, et cetera, they're closing down a King Soopers in Centennial. That's not because of rooftops. There's plenty of rooftops in Centennial. That is not a problem. They put Buc-ee's where there are absolutely no homes whatsoever, but there are zillions of eyeballs traveling back and forth on that road. Prairie Center is on I-76. It has zillions of people driving back and forth. Northfield is on I-70, which has zillions of people driving back and forth. It does depend on who's passing by, and since we don't have any primary employment in this area, we only have warehouses which have very few employees working in them by comparison to other things. It makes it a problem. And also people having lunch and all that other kind of stuff. So I think we have more in common than we do separating us. And here's my final thing. I don't want developers or builders to come here to Commerce City and think that they can build cheap product just because we have a need for housing and for and we have the land to do it. I don't want schlock. I want good, decent housing, attractively built. The community needs to be attractively built. It needs to have some purpose or function, like Reunion or Bell Creek or something, or like one of those. Anyway, those are just my thoughts offhand, but it is one of my favorite topics. Oh, bicycle lanes, trails. I mean, I could just go on and on. I'll stop.
Love it. Hey,
All right, so, I do agree when it comes to incentivizing, but not giving the farm away, okay? Reason why Prairie Center is doing so well, because they have a TIF. And they have a TIF as part of the infrastructure, so those buildings are being put in. You go up there and shop, you're paying almost 11%, 11.5% sales tax. It's not, we talk about ours being 9.5. You have other cities in the different metro area who are trying to get where we're at with sales and use tax, because that's lacking in their area. So, and then we talked about our first economic development. I'm not economic. We had a retreat last year, 2024. On there it said, we don't want to race to the bottom. We don't want that. We want to make sure that we're exceeding, and you always want to do better than you did the year before. In my experience, when I went to ICSC, depends on who you talk to. Some say more rooftop and some say, when it comes to traffic, I mean, we have a lot of traffic. It's just how it flows. We have a primary employer, which is DIA, which is Dearborn International Airport. Almost 40,000 people work there. Not all of them are taking Penny Boulevard. A lot of them are coming across our city. And I know on the way back, they're shopping. They're shopping at King Soopers. Because some of them don't have a marketplace store. But we're lacking in other places and people have moved here. They haven't been here. I've been here for 21 years. Northern Range. I've seen it grow from nothing to where it is now. We didn't even have a grocery store. So people want things quickly and, things take time and I understand there has to be balance. A lot of the areas where they have PUDs, they already been approved for homes to build homes. They're not building them. That's not on us. That's on them. Developer they give the green light to build homes. That's up to them. That's up to them to build homes. And before I went to Las Vegas, I did say, and before we had our meeting with our developers, that roundtable in February, I said, we also have to have developers who are willing to collaborate and work together. And then going to Vegas, same thing. We had to have landowners who are willing to give up land, because when we went there, a lot of them said the land acquisition, that is purchasing land and them being in control of their own destiny instead of leasing and then, have just a portion of land to develop and that's it. They want growth, but they want to make sure when it comes to being predictive and better outcome, they want the same thing, and I understand that too. So, and as far as rooftops, I look at Frederick. Frederick has the biggest King Soopers in the state. And they're along I-25. A lot of those smaller subdivisions or towns are taking advantage of the highway because but they're also putting signage too, which is not like King Soopers right off the highway. You have to drive to it. So I would say Tower Road is shovel ready. When myself and Councilmember Ford were on, part of the five project, 5 years was also making sure the infrastructure was in the road, trunk lines and all that. So I would say infrastructure, readiness. When it comes to affordable housing has to be affordable. Right now, we don't have, it's not income qualifying or low income housing, it's homes available for people to actually purchase. The problem is our interest rate. That is a challenge. Job creation. And then also what I've learned from Vegas is infrastructure, emphasize the infrastructure ready zones. So that's expediting review processing, reduce and deferred fees. And then, of course, we have enhanced our staff to support that. And I know we're working on that. It's not like we're not. City Manager Rogers has said that's what their goal is to expedite when it comes to review and processing. And then when it comes to developers, a performance-based development agreement. So basically, if we enter into a development agreement with developers and we give them sort of a package that would help them streamline the process, that we define infrastructure milestones, enforceable timelines and benchmarks, and penalties for non-compliance. So we don't have when we were done with Cronky when they did their lease agreement they were gonna build. There was nothing in there, not only incentivize them, but penalize them. So if you don't meet their milestones, city gets to claw things back. And then also with our partners, South Dallas Water Sanitation, our fire district, making sure we prioritize infrastructure with technical reviews and alignment on their timeline too, because we have no control over them. So if we could, just first projects being on the timeline and they need to have them come in and do their review process. On that department, maybe we're already there, but I know that has been concern in the development world that I keep hearing. So that's all I have for right now. Councilmember Dukes.
Just a sec, I want to go back around and, I mean, you asked originally the questions. I want to, we have this conversation, but also I hope we can, I guess, elevate it. Honestly, frankly, it's challenging because we get into the weeds. And that's why I asked that intentional question, and philosophically, we do have more in common. But I do worry, do we all believe we want the North to grow? Right? That's a values question, right? So if we do want it to grow, and then a second, I'm like, are we willing to take the necessary steps to actually do it? And from research and studies and conferences, it's clear that you need rooftops or you need traffic, right? And how we go about that, we can figure out the right package. We can go into the weeds, but that's why we have an amazing city team to talk about what incentives, what relationships. But I think from a value standpoint, are we all on the same page? Or like, if we want it to grow, yes. Are we willing to really think through what it looks like rooftops and traffic counts, right? For the amenities, for everything else that we all value, gathering spaces, space for families. But my time here, that's been clear that you need one or the other. And even the examples that we've heard today, whether it's Frederick or other places, they're using I-25. I mean, that's pretty big traffic, right? And then they're not far off the highway to do things, right? And so, and even if you drive around, you see development, you see apartments, you see condos, you see townhomes. I was fortunate to live off of Tower Road in Green Valley Ranch 20 years ago. And you see GVR now, you drive through GVR, if anyone wants to take Pena to I-70, all you see is growth, right? You see apartments, you see hotels, you see conference centers, you see a number of different variety of things that are attracting a bunch of people. And you see different avenues into Tower, whether it's 56, whether it's Green Valley Ranch Boulevard, whether it's I-70 coming north, or Pena going south, right? We don't have that luxury right now in the Northern Range to have that number of entry points into the Northern Range, right? And so I say all that because I'm willing to have that discussion around how do we get there with some basic facts that we've been hearing and what's needed to actually have that step. That's why we talked about the impact fees. We're like, we heard impact fees. Let's look at your council need. We started to look at that, modernization of our economic development code. Let's look at that. Now it's like, okay, what philosophically do we want to do with rooftops or density, right? I mean, how do we get there? If we say, yes, we like the idea, that's values. If we say want to figure out, we can figure it out. And there's a number of tools in the toolbox that we can go about and approach it, but we can't approach it if we dance around the issue. That's my challenge.
Councilmember Douglas.
Well, I think the issue that's being danced around is that, yes, there is traffic. I have spent 2.5 hours on Tower Road just trying to get from not my neighborhood down to Pena.
Was there a car accident? What time of day?
No, I remember that one night I was late for the legislative committee meeting. I thought I was gonna take Tower and get here faster. It didn't happen. I mean, Tower is packed a lot of the day. And so, right now, we don't have any places for those people to pull off and do anything or frequent, or we have people buying everything outside the city and then coming home. And a lot of them are coming home to rentals. That's what everything's become now, because that's the people who are building have made sure that buying is out of reach. And so you're forced into being a renter. And so, Brighton has a less of a population than we do. They're only like 40,000, is that right? And we're 70. They're getting everything, they just got a Whole Foods. I mean, they're getting everything that we want, but they're going after it and getting it first and leaving us in the dust where we just keep doing the same thing. We put in gas stations, car washes, the things that people are going, if we get another one of those, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna scream. We have an issue we've been lenient with the trucking industry, and they use us as a pass-through. And all those cars going up and down Tower, they're seeing us as a pass-through. So we've got to address some of the real problems, not a housing shortage, but balanced growth planning and we've got to go after all of it, especially primary employers, to keep our people here so that they aren't going 40 miles out to the workplace.
So I don't hear, as I was going back to what Mayor Protem was saying, I don't hear divergence about what success looks like. What I hear is different perspectives on what is causing the problem and the sequence of things that you will need to do in order to address the problem/problems. And I guess my question, maybe this is a question for you, Jason, which is, how many things can be tackled simultaneously? Like I appreciate for some people, the root problem is housing and rooftops. I've heard that before. I also hear, yeah, but maybe if we had some incentives, we could get more entertainment and more commercial than that, or maybe whatever, right? The way that you're framing it, what I hear is those are mutually exclusive choices, that somehow doing one means that you're not doing the others. So my question for you is there a version of the world where we get some more ideas here about what specifically council would like to hear from staff, but where you could conceivably choose multiple paths simultaneously, rooftops and commercial and primary employment?
Yeah, and we are. I
Okay.
mean, we're actually living in that world right now, right? We are developing an economic development incentive policy that is more modernized, more aggressive than what we currently have on the
Okay.
books. And that's been a discussion that's been held by this council. We've got direction to take the necessary next steps.
Cool.
We have an adopted comprehensive plan that identifies how we look at growth and development to continue to accomplish the goals of building out to a city which is 180,000, 200,000 people.
Okay.
We have an underway, looking at a master transportation plan that looks at the high visibility, high traffic counts that we have along certain corridors. And what level of improvements will be necessary when we get to different triggers. So we've got a number of different foundational pieces in play, but as I hear this, the thing that I struggle with from trying to connect is we have significant vacant land that are adjacent to these corridors that, as the mayor said, that has zoning in place. They have metro districts in place. And however, those major property owners who are not home builders, that are developers, who then transfer that property over, have elected not to move, elected not to act. Why is that? And I can't answer that question. I think, like I said, we all heard from the development community on February 27th, and they were rather forward and transparent with what the various issues were. But when you look at trying to meet various dynamic needs of the community, of commercial, primary employment, we have maybe 2% vacancy rate space of what is currently being built. And to, I believe, Councilmember Kim's position, the landowner is making a choice on what he believes from an occupancy cost or health ratio of the different type of users, who he wants to put in, right? So the crux of the issue is, with all of these holistic approaches coming at the same time, why is that not then activating the property owners?
So the problem, as just from what you said, is not that council members are not on the same page about what's the community we're trying to build, because I heard some version of mixed types of housing, affordable yards, parks, trails, people gotta have jobs, wanna be able to buy some shoes. I'm sad that people can't buy shoes here. That breaks my heart. All the things, right? I hear that there's general convergence around that. The challenge is we have developers who won't develop.
And what are the reasons for
And
that?
what are the reasons for that? And this slide is some version of that, what they have said.
Mhm.
So maybe the conversation for council is, what would you like to pursue next to help unblock some of this development? If this is their list, if you as council could do one thing, what's the one thing? You don't have to all have the same one thing. There could be 3 one things that get us to, there are 3 things now the city is gonna do to try to unblock these things. Jason just listed economic development investment policy, yeah?
Incentive,
Incentive, thank you. Incentive policy, that sounds fantastic. Comp plan,
complex,
big fan, and master transportation plan.
master translate, and I forgot another one is the land development code modernization.
And all of that is coming next Thursday and everything's gonna be great, or these are all years away.
They're coming some future Thursday,
But like soonish,
soonish.
narrow that down for me.
Comp plan is done. I would say the economic development incentive policy will happen sometime before the end of Q4. The master transportation plan is identified the end of Q3, beginning of
Okay.
Q4.
That's
And the
coming.
land development code is no later than the end of Q3, beginning of Q4.
Cool. All right, so lots of cool stuff.
Small business task force as well,
Ooh, I like that.
getting their feedback.
So that'll
Okay.
be in October.
So we got things happening, things underway. So the question is, what else?
So we're on the topic, what about targeting the corner, like you have a developer on 96th and Tower on the southwest side
Mhm.
who has shown growth when it comes to, putting some retail in there.
Mhm.
And why not work with, since the infrastructure is already there, why not really work on that development so we can get that corner up and going? And that way, that could spark the other corners, that's what I'm saying as far as incentivize and infrastructure ready zone, so.
I like that one idea. Can we pause on that? Thoughts on that? Doable, not doable?
So I think you're talking about the 96th and Tower intersection. I think.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the vendors.
Okay, cool.
It's
Well,
southwest corner.
southwest
Okay.
side.
Yeah, southwest side.
So with the southwest corner, there have been, and we continue to work with the southwest corner property owner as well as the owner that controls the 2 northern as well as the western. I think what's interesting to hear about that corner in particular, because that is a significant note for us, is that one of the owners who controls both has spoken to the uncertainty of decision-making when there's outlined processes that they rely on from a time, money, value perspective.
Could you be less vague?
That is being less vague. So in the general sense, what they're trying to get to is we need some confidence that we can get through the process without there being the chance of it being denied.
Staff process or council process or both?
I would say that what they have communicated as council.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Therefore, to know.
Okay, southwest corner specifically, there was, someone announced that they were coming to Commerce City, a big company. I was just looking for the text exchange that I had with him. He owns the southwest corner. There was some question about whether people really want a hotel on that corner, which is maybe some of that project. But I said, would you be willing to put in this blank project instead of the hotel? And he said, absolutely. So I said, okay, great. I will put you in touch with economic development, but you need to apply by using the application form. The owner of the property has to use the application form and fill out all the information and send it in. Who was it? It wasn't Trader Joe's, it was their buddies, Aldi's. Aldi's is coming to Colorado. I said, would you be willing to have an Aldi's on that corner? Okay, there are people who own other corners. The northeast corner took their sign down for commercial marketing. They took their sign down. I then asked staff, what's going on? The comp plan does not show commercial on all four corners currently. That was something we talked about last September, that it was going to be corrected, but it hasn't been corrected online yet. So developers, I can see why they might be confused sometimes. They don't necessarily know what's happening. If it's not there for them to see visually. If you look at our comp plan, it doesn't really show what we have in mind necessarily, because they're big spaces of color, character areas. But they aren't character. They're just one area is called neighborhood character, but it's as if it's all residential, which is not. It is not all residential. And it goes all the way from E470 over to Highway 85. That's a massive area to call it a character area when you're doing planning. And if you are a builder or a developer sitting at home thinking, sitting in your office, not at home, that's me, I sit here. If you are in your office thinking about what you want to do, you would like to have some understanding of what the community is seeking. What is it that it needs to look like? And that's what a comprehensive plan should do, is help people see the vision of the community. And then you can negotiate around those points, whether you're on the money or doing something for a distance from it. I just think it's not as clear on many levels as to what Commerce City wants, but I do think it's clear among city council members. I do think we know what the community would like to see, because we are the people who are elected to represent them. And we hear them and they bring their concerns to us and we share those concerns. We get feedback that somehow it is our fault, that it's our fault that things are not processing. I think that's what's happening here, is it's our fault in some fashion. I talked to a builder in Breckenridge at the Colorado Municipal League Conference, and he had done a project in this region that I just love. And I said, would you come to Ward 4? We have so much open space. I'd love for you to do the project here. And he said, well, it depends on who the developer is or the landowner. I don't go just anywhere. So when I told him who the landowner was, he said, nope, won't do it. He said, they don't build the kind of product that we like being next to, and they will undercut our price. So no, I won't come. Going back to the corner of northeast corner of 96th and Tower, there are no commercial signs on that corner. That landowner is not even attempting to market the corner as commercial. Why is that? Why did they decide not to do it at all? You would think that somebody might be interested in that corner. But if no one knows it's a commercial corner, why would they even show an interest? On the northwest corner of 96th and Tower, there are no signs either. That is unincorporated Adams County. And at some point, I suppose that landowner will decide to do something, but at this point they aren't. I just think that we are more at a staff council loggerhead than we are at a council loggerhead.
So if I may, because there were a couple of questions in there, so I think it's important. With respect to the property owners on all four corners, we engage and we have conversations weekly with those prospective property owners. So to say there's a lack of clarity about the comprehensive plan and or the marketing of their property is a misnomer. I would say, yes, they're very much aware of, you said Aldi, we've had conversations, but Aldi has elected that this is not a market that they choose to entertain. There's been emails that I've shared with you about those four corners, about prospective entertainment restaurant users looking at that and stating we're missing rooftops and we're missing traffic. So I wouldn't say there's a loggerhead between staff and council. Merely sharing with you the feedback that we have heard from that meeting on February 27th about the predictability of process. Council is not alone in making improvements. We also understand that process is key to be able to get to the decision points that they need by their own business program and model. So we have to look at how we can accelerate, improve, modernize our process to remain competitive when they're thinking about their due diligence site analysis. So the predictability comes from both process, planning, and people. We're working on process. The people and understanding the community's needs and addressing those based on existing approvals. What I cannot control, what I cannot give them is the political dynamism around some of the value-based questions that were raised today by you and your colleagues. And that is where this then helps give us an ability on then how do we address those perceived or real feelings about the city overall, and then how do we tackle that together?
I think that began before us. I was at an HBA session that led to a tour, which is how I first saw Painted Prairie years ago. And they stood up and talked about Commerce City and how long it took to go through the process. And it would take 3 years to go through the process. On Friday night, we were at Stadium Auto Parts.
Recycle.
Oh, yeah. And he said he had to buy his property for $1 million. And then it took 2 years to get through. And he said that a lot of risk when you don't know what's going to happen.
He said it was
Because
like
of the
going to
process.
Vegas.
Pardon me?
He said it was like going to Las Vegas.
Yeah, because he didn't know if he'd roll the dice and lose it
I
all.
mean, he didn't know.
Right,
He
right,
just had
right.
to buy the land.
Right.
So what I'd love to focus on is what do you want to do about it? Like where you've been is where you've been, and there doesn't have to be a villain in this story. Like council could have been just doing their very best and y'all could have been doing their very best. And you could have been doing your best in the same direction or in different directions, but whatever. Here we are. So hear one idea from the mayor, which is some version of like a deep dive on a single corner, maybe engaging with the landowner in some new and different way. So that is an option. I heard maybe there's some room for improvement on the comp plan and clarity and making somehow spelling it out. What this vision of the city is. Love to hear other really specific ideas about what you think you can do. Because thing one, how are you gonna help with this rooftops thing? Whether it's real or not, it appears to be a strong perception, so you probably should do something about that. And also, you have residents who have interests and needs that they've articulated to you. What are you gonna do about that? So maybe we can move off the general statements and just tell me about like, what do you wanna do about it? I think you might be able to get some progress. I hear ideas.
Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Ford
Yay.
and Councilmember Kim.
So one of the things I think we have to do, number one, nobody's talked about the fact that we have the Arsenal property, the wildlife refuge, huge hole in our community. Separates us, there's no roads through it, it makes it really hard. And that is a big component to why there's not enough customer base.
Okay.
So we have to consider that huge landmass is a net negative effect from commercial attraction, I believe. I think one of the things that we can do better is we talk a lot about making improvements to roadways. We need traffic. 120th, I mean, my God, we've talked about it for, I don't know, it seems like forever. I've got people that are developers along 120th that are like, are we gonna get this done or what? When is it gonna get done? And I know there are multiple partners. You got Adams County, you got CDOT, City of Brighton. There's a lot of players. But we have to get, 120th is gonna outpace 104th almost the day it is widened and opened up. Chambers, every time I see Chambers, it is almost to the point of needing to be widened already. The amount of traffic on it, sometimes I gotta sit there for, 20 minutes waiting to be able to turn out onto Chambers in certain areas of the city. So I really think we have to focus on the things that are in our control.
Mhm.
Some of the stuff is outside of our control.
Right.
Who's building houses, who's building commercial? Traffic, we can focus on. 120th Avenue, I think, is a major linchpin for getting commercial development at Buckley, all the way up 120th, but primarily Buckley and Chambers. Chambers Road, we have to get that widening done so that it can carry more traffic. Because we want more traffic, we want more numbers going past places where you could develop commercial. You can't get the traffic there because there's not enough lanes to get the traffic there. So we have to get Chambers widened. We have to get 120th off center. And I'm not being critical of the staff because I know you guys are working on it. But, there are some folks that feel like their staff that's kind of scared to jump into over their head with a decision on certain things. And trust me, I understand why, because of some of the things that have happened in the past. So I'm not going to belittle anybody for not taking that big dive. But 120th Chambers, huge components. 104th, there's a lot of opportunity along 104th, but I believe 120th, I mean, from everything I've ever been told about it, it will outpace 104th. And Tower Road, I just read the article today, how, the city's gonna fix some of the turn lanes where the incident happened with the bus from the airport. So, I mean, some of those things, and it came across as a positive. It wasn't a negative, it was a positive. But I think we have, right now, I have a perception that some of our staff is hesitant. They want to make sure every duck is in the right row before pulling the trigger because they don't want to get assassinated by this council. And I feel like that is an issue. That they're gonna get taken to task for missing one step along the process. So they're ultra conservative. We have to get to the point where we're working like a well-oiled machine and we're starting to get things moving. And a lot of it is in approvals and go-aheads. 120 is a different monster because it's 4 different entities that are working. We got to get the flyover in. We've got to get 120th open and widened. And, talk is cheap. We gotta see things move. And I still remember back in the day when we had talked about Councilmember Lewis was on the council, Rocky was on the council. And I still remember Orville pounding his fist on the table and saying, hey, we need things shovel ready. When someone comes in with a plan, we need to be able to act on it. Because it's the inaction and the time, it's a window of opportunity. And so I just want to get our staff to feel comfortable of being able to go, yeah, you know what? This is in line with council's directive. Let's move on this. Let's get things cranking. Instead of coming back 20 different study sessions to try to finally go, are we sure we're gonna be okay if we do this? Because, and we'll go through 2 or 3 councils before we get some of this stuff done. And I mean, I've seen it over the years, but I really think trying to turn our staff loose on being able to do their jobs and get the thing moving without feeling that they're at risk of being damaged over it.
I got 4 ideas now: target a specific corner and go all in, comp plan clarity, modernizing the process, roadway improvements.
Okay, got Councilmember Cam, Dukes, and then Douglas.
So what I just heard from Councilmember Ford is that we have a volatile council. And not just this one, but maybe past ones as well. Predictability obviously is always needed. I think the creativity that he mentions to allow staff loose, quote unquote loose, to continue forward to see maybe something that might be better for the city without being scolded or whatever I don't know what the right term is, by council is needed. I think some of my specifics I think about is a full commitment from the development community that they actually do reach out to the neighboring area, not just within the required radius as far as where they want to build, but to kind of going out, doing that outreach to essentially, get some ideas or thoughts based on their plans that they're looking at moving forward with. Uh, Request that, maybe there's a commercial entity there, retail entity, that some form of retail or something that would be associated with that would be good. But as far as everything else I'm hearing from other members, quality products, quality homes that Mayor Pro Tem mentioned would be good too. So that's all I've got.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So Craig, if council could work on one part of what you just described, is there a specific policy, issue, regulation, plan, incentive that you'd like to visit about to try to get to some of that?
Let me give me a minute on that one if you want to come back to me, please.
Go.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. One thing, so you mentioned the clarification for the comp plan. I don't think we need more clarification in that sense. Meaning, like, if we had to go back and try to open it up again, it was a 4-year
Oh, God, don't do that.
discussion.
No, that's not what I meant.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
clear,
I feel
that's.
I've been down that road too, man, and I feel you.
Yeah,
Terrible idea.
but I think it was a big win for us as a council to have it approved, and we can provide more training on it maybe, like what does it really mean in the bigger context outside of Commerce City, like how does that apply to the community, not just our community, but other communities, or how they use this in a way to help us. As far as hard corners, I think when we think about this policy around developers seek clarification around investment opportunities, Councilmember Ford often mentions, which I'm surprised you mentioned today, about 85 and 104th, right? That's a prime hard corner that has traffic on both ways, that we really need to have some clarification around what investment opportunities we need to come to the table. And I understand there's a process with annexation, like there's the landowner there that is going through a process, but I wonder, like, how do we meet them halfway or do whatever we can to really beef up the area by Bell Creek and the dunes, and I think that's prime real estate for us as a city, because we do have the traffic, we do have the head count, and not just our residents, but we think about North Plain, a lot of people are going 104th, so that would be a great project that's to really try to say, what does that look like?
Love that.
Okay, Councilmember Douglas.
So not to start out with a negative, but I like to respectfully disagree with the point that you made, Councilmember Ford, as far as staff being afraid of council or worried about what comes, because we've had so many projects that have been administratively approved, they haven't even come before council. So to me, that's contradictory, but I'd like to take so I'd like to figure out a way to motivate the landowners to get them moving. 120th and Buckley is a prime example. That land has sat empty forever. It was zoned commercial. And they talked the council into changing it to R3 so that they could build the residential that they'd like to build. But we made them commit that they had to be part of it as commercial. They haven't done one thing to it. I wanted to see it remain commercial. It's right off E470. Instead of an apartment building there, I thought a hotel would have been perfect. We could have kept it commercial and kept our economic income within the city instead of having it go up Buckley into Brighton as it's doing right now. But, you know, it passed to get it, changed to R3. No movement on it whatsoever. And it's like, it's almost like I feel like our landowners and some of the commercial developers are holding us hostage until we finally give in and we just let them put in more apartments or whatever they think is going to profit them. And so I think we need to figure out a way to work in partnership with these people so that they understand what the needs of the community are, so that they look at themselves as contributors rather than somebody who's just coming here to make money for themselves. So I'd like to develop those kinds of relationships so they feel like they have some kind of stake in our community rather than just coming here to make money.
What does that look like, do you think, working with them as partners? Do you have just a mental model of?
Well, I noticed that some of them, the night that we had our roundtable, they were open to it. They wanted to listen to how they could contribute. And to me, it almost seemed like they saw it as an opportunity for fulfillment and purpose on their end. So if we're working with them as partners rather than and getting them to understand how important it is to build this community so it is a community for a lifetime for everyone that's coming in, from the young families that could start out maybe in an apartment, but have it affordable enough so that they could start putting money back so that they could build their first home, and to have everything that we want to give them here or they want, so that they don't have to go anywhere else, so that they could, this is it for them. And for a lot of people, Commerce City is it for them because they feel that sense of community that they can't find anywhere else.
I remember when I interviewed all of you, like, you just gush about what a great community it is.
Yes,
This is so
it
heartwarming. I
is.
remember
It's-
bragging about it
yeah.
to you. So if I could just sort of frame that as like a suggestion for how a thing you might do in the future, perhaps more roundtables or ongoing staff and council engagement with the development community to create, you know, maybe some shared vision or some shared action items. Because what I appreciate about this list is it is rather broad. And perhaps some more specific, again, like if they could get on the same page about the 3 things they need you all to do. And then maybe the 3 things they need staff to do, like some version of that. So we could talk a little bit less in generalities and more in, no. When we say developers need clarity about investment opportunities, here's what that means.
I need to go back to something for
Sure,
just one
yeah,
minute. To get Bison Grill off the ground and finished, to get that finished. But I think,
Is that the golf course one?
yeah,
Okay.
I've been asking people, when I go there, there's not very many people there, so I've been asking them why they aren't here with me. And it's going to be remodeled.
Uh-huh.
That will be really helpful, but I would like to see that happen. At least that would be some entertainment for people. It would be a bar. Bar is going to be expanded. It would be something, it is owned by the city
Right.
at the golf course, at the city-owned golf course.
I apologize for my terrible memory, but I feel like some ones of you all, when we were doing our interviews prior to the retreat, raised this as a thing. That, has it been floundering? Is this one of those you've?
No, it's all approved,
all good?
everything's
It's cool?
approved. There's money assigned
Okay.
to it, it can go forward.
Great. Is that right?
That's correct.
Fantastic. I will have a drink there when it's ready. I will drink anymore though. I'm not snobby about the thing.
We'll celebrate.
On our 4th round, Mayor, Councilmember Dukes.
No, just with the Bison Grill is a good example. It's been a project in 4 years, and so there's been back and forth
That's what I remember.
discussion around how much is too much, what's not too much, should we add? And so it is an example of, we're talking about clarification of processes. That was us driven. It wasn't a project that was driven by the staff. It was a project that was driven by council prior to Two.
Yes.
Can I finish, please? It was a project driven by council as an opportunity to create more awareness and amenity within the community. The challenge with it is that if there's a delay, as you know, with construction, it created more costs with the delay in the process. And so I think we run into some of that. We think if we're inconsistent in processes, it's going to cost us more in the long run, and it's going to hurt our timelines. But more so with any developer, or any tradesman, or any business, when we start messing with their projected timeline, they run the risk of not having staff. They run the risk of not having the right tradesmen there, and then it hurts the quality. Because as we all know, if you're developing a community and you have high quality trades and skills workers within the community, they're going to be in high demand. So they're going to be on the projects that have consistency. And so that's an example I bring up. Like, we went to different iterations. Now it's finally proved that money has been there for the last 3 years. But now we have it ready to move forward. And I think staff finally got the green light, but they weren't, to Councilmember Ford's point, there was some trepidation around, is this right or not? Or is this the bid? And so it just took longer than it could have taken, in my opinion. So
we have about 45 minutes left on this topic. I would encourage us not to circle that particular topic. I
Yeah.
hear it's been greenlit, carry on, fantastic.
I just want to clarify. Now, when someone's speaking, let them go ahead and speak.
Thank you.
The other thing is, it works both ways, okay? So keep that in mind. Councilmember Teeter, do you have anything on this?
No, but I wanted to bring up a couple of points on what Sean was saying earlier about Commerce City being two different cities. That's exactly what we are. We need to start treating ourselves as that way because of the gap with the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. And we need to start marketing like two smaller cities because we're not as big as Brighton up north.
We have 55,000. Up north, we have
Up north, we
25,000.
have 55
Yeah.
and they have 49.
They have like 45,000.
Okay, but we need to market it that way. I mean, get the north against that north and the south is the same. I mean, it's the same as it's always been. But we need to take care of our infrastructure all the way around. I look at some problems in the south. UPS is one of our biggest employers and all the roads leading to UPS suck. They're all bad. And that's their business, is delivering goods down these roads. And it just, we can't be treating our people that way. We got to think ahead a little bit and not wait for the road to get this bad before we replace it, because now it's going to take another year once we put a request in before we even come around to it. And they are in bad shape around there. But in other words, infrastructure, we need to take care of our infrastructure, number one, whether it's north or south. And we need to build for the future by widening. And I forget what else I was gonna say.
On that front, I feel like you took a step forward toward this transportation roadway improvement last week, right? We were talking about CIP, and several of you made very passionate speeches for, we need to put more money in this. So that feels like an action you have taken toward this end already. Appreciate more need, more roads, et cetera. But that felt like something, a step in the right direction. Then I have other steps. Can we go see if Craig has an idea too when he's running?
Craig, did you figure it out?
You have any suggestions for me, Craig, over the doing that might want to get did?
Might get did. So I think my idea was the fact that I think to some of the other points that were made, number one, I guess what I'm looking at is, I think, talking to landowners, obviously, to go in and figure out what can we do to incentivize them to look at more retail in the northern range. Number two is and I don't know how to word this correctly, but I mean more so just about, with staff, allowing staff to do their job without potentially being lit up, quote unquote, lit up by council for missing a step. Number three is, obviously I think the roundtable idea sounds like a great idea, to have more of a discussion with them so that we can continue working and collaborating together as a city council beyond after I'm all before, after I'm gone and future whatever and future councils are in to try to help define and make Commerce City that quality community.
Fantastic. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Craig. I want to say that I think that there's a crossroads here where if you want predictability from council, I would say there should be like certain things that we're saturated with. And that, for economic development, to go after those gaps. So I remember in the past, we would have conversations about economic development, and they would indicate and show us what those gaps are, what industries we need to go after, we don't have.
Right.
And that's what we should be doing.
Mhm.
And then when it comes to the council and trying to also help the developers, we have to come to some sort of happy median or so that the development world can move forward without us being part of that process, okay? These are things that we agree on. They got the green light, okay? I don't want to slow them down. But if it's something that is being repetitive, of course it's gonna be end up being a no vote. And I'm not trying to be innovative. It's we talk about housing, missing middle, right? But when it comes to retail and commercial, it's that missing piece as well. So we have a lot of things, but we don't have the things that are necessary for people to stay home.
Sure.
City Manager Rogers?
I'm just gonna let you finish, Mayor, but just as a reminder, we do have a retail dashboard that we shared with council that does speak to what you were saying. What is that missing gap of what businesses we can go after? That was in your economic development strategic plan. We've taken steps towards that, and it communicates, here's where we can focus our time: grocery store, restaurants, shoes, home improvement. So we do have that, and it is a marker for us to be able to think about our activities when we're going to ICSC and other type of conferences to really recruit and attract those users to the conversation. So we do have that.
Sure. I mean, I'm not saying we don't. I've seen that. I appreciate that. Then when it comes to housing, I know some developers cost of currency, they'll put in commercial and retail, and they would have a component with housing. It's not that they don't. It's just that some of them will put the housing in first and then wait on the commercial retail, and then we're waiting, right? Because it's like that was the lead for us to consider. Okay, Buckley Moore project. When I read that and I saw the information and then the literature, and then just an example of what Buckley Moore could look like, I was excited. But we got to the conversation, it was not nearly as what the intent was. So, and here we're because we, as council, we don't make all the decisions. We don't approve everything. We are limited on our side. And so, but on development world, I think as council, we should come together and figure out what's allowable. There's some things that probably bother me, but if we could come to consensus, I don't have a problem with that. I don't want to see them come before us. That should be part of the process.
Right.
But if it's the same thing we already have, we should have a list of the top 3 things we're saturated with. There's an issue. So I think we need to incentivize and really work with those developers to say, hey, we're with you. We can even do this if you bring this in. I mean, challenge them. And there's a lot of developers who own a lot of land here. And, they're not gonna sell, the best thing with real estate to do is just you wait it out. So, all right, so I'm on the 4th round. I've had the Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Dukes, Teeter, Kim, myself. Councilmember Ford, do you have anything you want to add in?
Yeah, I think, you've touched on some pretty good things. I see one of the council members for Brighton on a regular basis, and their attitude is I hope Commerce City keeps doing what they're doing because everything's jumping past and landing in Brighton and we'll take it all day long.
Yes.
And I said, well, what are you doing? He goes, well, you guys are talking about doing a moratorium on gas stations. We just put out incentives for more gas stations. I said, you know what the revenue is that gas stations generate? Not that they're building a lot of gas stations, but you know, these people that own land in Commerce City, these developers, they're scared you're not gonna let them build the housing and they're gonna hold out on their commercial because they gotta build their housing too. I think there is a point where we have to have that commonality where we sit down and go, hey, if you can do this and you're building good quality housing, but we get in the weeds on everything and we drag it out and it costs us time. And we're not the professionals. We hired the professional. That's the guy next to you. And we have to start letting the staff do what they went to school to do. Because I think it's clogging up the system. And we gotta get out of our own way, is what I'm saying. And I truly believe that.
Thank you. Councilmember Teeter, do you have anything else?
No, other than if a business is gonna put forth the effort and they're willing to gamble with Commerce City, I don't care if they're big or small, we need to work with them. And if they got a product they think they can sell, I say, let's give them a chance.
Okay. Councilmember Douglas.
Well, given the opportunity, they'd all build a gas station on every corner with a convenience store and apartment complex behind it. I mean, I just really feel like we need to develop those relationships so that they have a better understanding of the community and the community needs and for them to feel part of the community themselves.
All right, it's 8:55.
Oh, yeah.
I got thoughts.
We'll run around 4, 5.
Yeah.
That's up there. Yep, there.
I do think that, there's a lot of things going through my mind right at the moment, but I do think that there are some great relationships with, developers and builders in this area. I meet with them regularly. They've reached out to me. I have phone conversations. I get together with them. I don't think everybody is as upset as some of the people who showed up for the February meeting. They're likelier to be unhappy about something that we can't necessarily control. There are at least 45 projects that I counted. I have the spreadsheet with me right now. At least 45 projects that are underway right now in community development. So it's not like there's nothing happening in Commerce City. These are subdivisions. These are happening. Lots of projects are going on. Some of them have had, some have public hearings, some will be administrative. They're on third and fourth comments in some cases. Some of them are just beginning. There's all sorts of layers to the process of community development that we don't understand. We have a really great community development director. Jeff Brazel is doing a great job, I think. And he has a really great relationship with developers. So I appreciate that. And I do think that that will give us a head start. It does matter what people say behind the scenes about each other, whether it's staff saying something about council, whether it's council saying something about staff, or council members saying things about each other or publicly. Because that's what the takeaway will be, and they will believe that's the case. I was yeah, I think that will be the case. So I would suggest that if we spend any money also, it should be in repairing what damage has been done regarding things that might have been said at HBA meetings or shopping center conferences or wherever else people might get together. that would probably be really helpful. If you're gonna sell Commerce City, then you need to sell Commerce City and everybody needs to be participating in that.
Mayor, I have a suggestion.
Sure.
I actually think I hear a lot of common ground. And Jason, I know you and your folks are already doing some version of this, but I wonder if there's some future world wherein you really sort of double down on this relationship with the development community. I heard a suggestion for maybe thinking about it separately, north and south, because those are two different communities with different kinds of potential and different kinds of needs, or maybe targeting some specific corners. Maybe sitting down and doing some more sort of developer and landowner roundtables or whatever, talking about what we really want. And then maybe a list of do not want. It's private property, I guess you can do it, but do not want, right? We're looking for this kind of a thing. Doing a deeper dive on what this color in the comp plan really means, just to make sure that people are understanding like what your vision was there. Talking about what the community needs. Council members know that, right? In this community, what we hear is people really want a bar. People really want a whatever, right? And then what do the developers need, right? Let them say specifically, we had this experience with the process, convince me that's better. You'd be like, yeah, we modernized that, we cool. Or we need this other thing, we need money, it's the roadway thing, it's the whatever, like do some listening and not just the talking, right? Make sure staff are in that room, right? So staff and maybe a couple council members are hearing all the same things. I'm gonna say, have someone write that down. Like making sure we're creating a shared memory of whatever happened there. And then do a couple of those and then maybe come back and see like, are there more common themes? And are there common things for things that council could be better about? Because you could be awesome, doesn't mean there's not room for improvement. Just to be clear. Staff, maybe there's things that staff could do better. Y'all could be awesome, doesn't mean there's not room for improvement, right?
Absolutely.
And then see if you can't figure out some more specific things. But in the very near term, get really aggressive about more of those roundtables for some more shared learning. Is that a terrible idea? Please say no.
Not at all.
Is that a thing that you could do and could do quickly in a way so that this conversation doesn't stall?
Yes. If the council makes a motion to
Mhm.
want to have another roundtable, very similar to what you just
Mhm.
expounded on,
Mhm,
we're more than willing to put it a show as the development community,
mhm.
and continue the discussions exactly on all of those various pieces that you just said.
How many people came to the first one that you had that we've been talking about?
I think we had all 9 council members, maybe absence of one being
Okay.
Councilmember Madeira, but I'd have to go back and take a look at the roll.
The humans in the room, was it like 40 humans or like 900
I
humans?
think we had around 50 plus in the room. We had note takers at
Uh-huh.
the end. We kind of went through
Cool.
what you
Uh-huh.
saw as an abbreviated summarization.
Uh-huh.
With council and the development community.
Copy. What do y'all think of this idea?
I would say that if we do that, you need to be there.
Yeah, totally, I would do that. I would do that in a hot minute.
Part of the process, Councilmember Dukes.
That's all in my jam.
There's this question, City Manager Rogers, I know you mentioned having a motion, but that's gonna take a little bit of time. Is there possible we can, I think we're all in consensus of like, if,
Definitely.
I know it's a good idea right here.
I think we can definitely go with the consensus. You know, you are missing 2 of your council member. So I doubt that they would have any pushback on that, but
Or any recommendations, any way we can keep the momentum going with this conversation to have this.
I think, quite honestly, we've been having these conversations as we meet monthly with the HBA and the development community, and obviously they've, I think, have always expressed an interest to take that next step with you all after the February meeting. I think I don't want to speak particularly for them, but right, me trying to call a meeting for the 9 of you is not my responsibility or purview unless the council gives me that direction or through some level of consensus. And I think they've been waiting for some activation of that conversation from the body, given that that's where they need to be able to make some of those inroads.
And I guess my last point on that, I mean, I'll be in favor of doing another meeting if we want to talk about consensus, but my only caveat is, well, Heather being there was great, and if we can ensure that it's relationships is two-way communication, so I want to make sure there's space for folks to share as well as us share, so it's really an effective dialogue, not just talking at people about how we feel about things, and so how do we make sure that happens as you're facilitating it?
Inviting people to a meeting so you can tell them how they can suck less, it's probably not gonna go real well, right? Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
I have a question about the session. I don't have a problem doing that. You know, there will be, and you would handle it well if there's one developer who is taking
Difficult.
control of the meeting.
Oh, that's
Will
not
handle it
thing,
well.
yeah.
That the question for me is this: what is the vision that we are providing to them? Like, what is the point of the meeting? Getting to know you. I don't understand what the point is. I talked with someone from HBA at the CML thing. And I told him I was in favor of density as long as it was proportional to open space. He said, well, in that case, we can't do affordable. Okay, so where does the conversation go from there? You know, I just don't know what to do about that kind of hard line in not wanting to have a conversation about it.
Sure. And if you're asking me, what I would say is.
If we have this session, what's the point of it? Are we sharing what our vision is for
Yes.
Commerce City? Or are we hearing again that what their unhappiness is? Because we already did that in
I
February.
kind of would want it to be a little bit more structured, other than how about you show up and tell us, you know, how we could suck less, and then we show up and tell you how you could suck less. That's not gonna be really
No.
fun for anybody.
Right.
But it does seem like there's a fair amount of opportunity for further understanding. When you say, if we want to have open space in proportion to housing, you can't do that and make it affordable. Tell me more about that. Like, I want to know more about that. Why is that? What's the ratio where you can do it? How do other communities seem to be able to have these kinds of developments, but we don't seem to be able to have them here? Is it a Commerce City problem, or is it we missed the moment where with the ROI on that made sense and now it's just a whole different animal? Interesting conversation. If it's a financial thing, are there things the city could do? I don't know. Are there things the state could do or potentially stop doing? Interesting conversation for us to have. I think what we need to get past is the how about more, how about not, and then we're over it, right? So I think digging in more. And I assume that we could sit down with staff and maybe someone from the development community and maybe one or two of you and be like, okay, what do we think we've already heard? What are the deeper dive questions on that? And then I'm not looking for people coming up and standing at a microphone hollering at each other for a while. I'm looking at people sitting down at a table, or I've given you an assignment. Like, you all at this table talk about this question. Look forward to hearing your report out. Don't suck. Like, really talk about it. Bring me real ideas.
Yeah.
Like, that's how we do comp plan meetings. That's how we do all kinds of other things where we have these same kinds of like, what's the one thing I would like ask that to Annabelle, what's the one thing we could do to unblock you? One thing.
And I have one question for Jeff Brazel. What is happening in terms of moving projects through? Is that, so we were talking earlier when they said 3 years or 2 years or whatever the case is. What is it that you aim for in community development now?
Yeah, so we operate under the 3-2-1 thing. And so that's like first review 3 weeks, 2 weeks after that, 1 week after that. That's easy to say, but and we try to meet that the majority of the time. And so what that does is kind of give some level of predictability to our customers that this is what we're aiming at. What I think was happening previously was there was no structure around that. And so reviews would linger beyond those timeframes that we've established as goals. And that has a compounding effect over the life of a project through the various applications they have to go through. I've only been here a year, so that's what my observation based upon what I've heard from the development community and from people who have been here longer than me. But right now we have targets that we're trying to meet. For the most part, we're getting there. We're not there all the time, but we're getting there. We have something we shoot for, whereas we previously did not have that.
So you're saying 3-2-1, so somebody could bring in their project and it could be finished in 6 weeks?
Well, that's what we control. So like, so there's hard work around, there's a lot of hard work that has to be done around this. But one of the things that we control is how quickly we turn around reviews. What we can't control is how have they submitted everything? Is it quality? Are they responding to our comments? And how long does it take them to respond to our comments? There are things we can do to help that, like we can do, we're talking about looking at our comments and trying to figure out, is there commonalities across the board about the things that we keep asking for that we're not getting? And then we can use that as a tool to better communicate with our customers. Hey, we need to make sure we get this up front. So there's easy work and then there's hard work. And we're trying to do all of that over time. And so the goal is continuous improvement, right? Learning from what we're doing well, building upon, like fixing what we're not doing well, and constantly improving upon that.
And do all of your planners drive to the project itself before it's built or when the application comes in to see what it is that they're actually asking for and with the context of what's around it and so forth?
Yeah, that's part of our job, is to understand what's being developed in context with the community and like potentially identifying friction points that we can work with with developers up front to address them. Rather than have them design something up front and then identify a major issue that's gonna cause a lot of rework. So again, that's part of the longer work, but yeah, we do that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ford, before I go there, I was gonna piggyback.
That's, I'm gonna piggyback on her stuff.
Oh, go ahead, you say it, go ahead.
So there's been a lot of talk about the developer at 96th and Tower. I've been getting calls from him. He's frustrated. I came in, I talked to the right staff people to say, hey, please reach out to him and see if you can help him out. And this is where things, and I'm, so that I can figure out where things get jammed up. Number one, he's new at this. He hasn't done this much and he needs help. He needs somebody to take him by the hand and help him to the next step. But he gets jammed up. Right now, he's ready for McDonald's, the next piece of his project to get started. He told me he's struggling. I don't know who the pieces are, how the puzzle gets put together. Struggling to get acceptance so that he can get the next piece off the ground so that he's not drowning in debt to keep the project rolling. I went to Jay. I said, please call the guy, figure out what's going on. But that's the one guy that's up in the north that's actually making some strides to try to get some development going.
That's the guy I was talking about.
Right, and so I'm just trying, how do you get this guy off dead center? And trust me, there's a big part of it that's because he doesn't know the pieces that he needs to do.
Yeah.
And so I know there's some of it is, hey, take care of your stuff, then come back and talk to us. But there's a gap. I don't know if he knows how to take care of the stuff that he needs to take care of to get to, and so it just seems like it's a conversation goes back and forth. And then by the time we get to that point, time has gone by and he has reached out, I'm sure, to several people in this room and just said, hey, I'm struggling here. Who do I talk to?
Yeah.
And it's those little things. If I'm not gonna get involved and tell him, oh, here, let me take care of that for you. I'm gonna go, I'll get you in touch with the right person who I've started at the top here and send them on down the line.
Yeah.
But, he called me again today and he's like, man, I'm so frustrated. I need to get things moved. How do we get there? Because I really think that is a piece in development within the community that if we can streamline the process, basically he needs a handler, somebody that can take him by the hand and walk him down the path and hand him the paper and go, you need to sign this, you need to sign this. Don't hire that contractor anymore because they do sucky work. And I want to get, I'd love to help the guy knock these pieces out, but it gets clogged up. And I want you to answer that one for me.
So we actually do have a position that we created. It's been in existence. We have it. Some developers use it, some don't. Some we forcefully encourage to work through when we have these type of issues come up with the same property. And that is our commercial liaison. That is an internal advocate to understand where they're at in the process, whether it's development, entitlement review, building permit, or if it's coordination with one of our partners, water district, fire district, you name it, to help connect and to bring together and to optimize solutions to get them to the next stage. I think with what you're just saying today, I can tell you there's probably no one in this room that has received a call from that property owner about the issues at his or her doorstep. And then when we receive it, it is the 11th hour that we're then trying to find a save, as opposed to with this individual being aware of the resource and has utilized the resource in other stages, is electing not to continue to engage in that, but is it engaging with, I'll say it, the elected officials in a stage in a process where your power, your control, your authority, your decision-making is 0 to none.
Right, that's why
Right,
you need to talk to this guy.
exactly.
And, you know, then I get another call. Hey, I haven't heard anything. You need to talk to this guy. I'll talk to him tonight when I get to City Hall, and I did.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we, and I'm gonna say we, but collectively as a community, we want to see development. We want to see those commercial pieces take shape. And I don't think there's anybody in the room that wants to hold this guy up.
No.
It's, how do we get someone on the staff side to take him by the hand? And I'm gonna tell you, he had to redo his curb and gutters, what, 4 or 5 times? I mean, we went through a process with this
5
guy.
times.
Yeah, so I'm not giving him a pass.
No,
I'm
no.
just saying, I want him to be successful because I
Yeah.
want our residents to be able to have what they want, and we need to get. So how do I help you help him? I guess is what I'm trying to get at, because he's just one of many over time that you'll have to deal with.
I think some of it's also listening to the advice that's being given to them. You know, when you inform the individual, you need a project manager, you need someone who can be there day to day and actually look at the critical details that will afford you your project staying on time and not costing more money, having to go and change curb and gutter 5 times to be accepted by the city. And even in that aspect, us being more flexible in what was accepted by the city. So part of it is there may be just a general sense in what the question that's being asked is one where they're looking to get some form of general support from the council, right? That's a touch base that I can't control. But when we introduce that person into the process at the front, it's having that person remain engaged in the process, knowing that, right, some of this individual's requests over time aren't always going to be solved, and he's just going to have to sign or pay. And that is where we have to balance between advocating, but then what is our fiduciary and review responsibility, and how we then connect those individuals in supporting the request that may not even be under our purview. And that individual may have received an answer, but is still looking for more ways to, you know, help strengthen their project.
Maybe looking for a different answer. You know, something, hey, I'm gonna go talk to the electeds again, because I don't like the answer I got from staff. I get that, but at the end of the day.
And I'm not saying that this individual is trying to do.
No, me neither,
Yeah.
but at the end of the day. It has to be black and white. This is what you gotta do to get off tilt. And that way, when I hear back from staff and they go, hey, guess what? We talked to him and we told him what he's gotta do.
Yeah.
Then I can back you all up and say, you were told what you have to do. Did you do it?
I think sometimes people think, generally speaking, they go to you, they're gonna get a faster response.
Of course
by
they
going
think
to
that. But here's, at the end of the day, Jay, this is what I think.
Yeah.
I think that if we're communicating clearly about things like this, they can't play us against each other. And that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to get to the point where, hey, guess what? You called me again. I know, I've already talked to staff. They talked to you, they told you what you need. I'm backing staff up. Did you get that done yet? And so we got to bridge the gap not just between the guy that wants to get his acceptance, but we gotta bridge the gap to where we all are not getting played against each other.
Yeah.
And I see that being an issue. And so I want to be able to know that that guy heard the same thing from the mayor and from Mr. Teeter and from staff as he heard from me.
Yeah.
Because then if we're a working unit, we're not getting played, you gotta take the right steps. But I'm also going to hold staff accountable to make sure that we're meeting the timelines on when these permits and stuff should be processed so that we're not dragging our feet. I really think it's a team effort.
Absolutely.
And we gotta all be running on the same cylinders, or everybody in this town is gonna wanna play us. It's just a fact.
Yeah, so I was gonna say something, but I'm watching the time. I just want to ask about timetables, okay? Instead of just going to, next meeting with the developers, how about if we have this summed up so we can make the next step? And maybe like at the end of, in 2 weeks at our study session, maybe we allow 15, 20 minutes at the end or something like that to discuss what we talked about today, so we can keep the ball rolling. And that way we can actually build up like a policy approach or so. So when we talk to developers, this is where the council's at, and see where we can meet, because really, we need to, maybe even as a pilot project, take on a corner. And with development, see what that's like, because it's like, there should be, do we have a scoring system based on readiness and impact to someone's project? Jeff?
Are you looking from an economic development or?
Yeah, so it's like the process, so if they're, how ready do they need to be coming in? So they're not wasting their time and you guys aren't wasting your time.
Yeah,
So they have a checklist.
Yeah, we
before
have,
they-
we have that intake process where we do a QC up front. Do we have the information we need to do the review? Let's build.
Cause I would hate it for someone to get in there and, lose their money, right? Do we have a process, they put a deposit down and then go through the process and they actually go through the steps. Their money applies towards the project, and if they don't,
Yeah, so I will say a denial on an administrative process is almost non-existent, because our goal is to get them to approvals.
Okay.
And we're not looking for ways to say no, we're looking for ways to help them meet the requirements to get to yes.
Okay.
And that's the entire process. It's geared towards how do we get them to yes?
okay, very good.
Yeah.
Councilmember Dukes, you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I would love to sort of go around a consensus. I personally think I would love to have the meeting. I like the idea of the policy discussion, but I don't want to push it off too long. I would love to keep the momentum if we can get consensus on that, if that's where the direction the council wants to go. The other thing is, as Councilmember Ford has mentioned, and Heather, I wonder if it's a possibility for the night is to do a fishbowl activity around some pain points, where as council, we can sit in and actually have some real-time coaching if we have some folks who are struggling with getting development off the ground. I do strongly believe that if someone wants to get things going and they're really honestly, intentionally, in good faith, trying to get it going, we should be able to try to make it happen as best as possible. But I also understand the concern around, like, it could be playing telephone. And so I think having some type of pain point fishbowl discussion that night where we just listen as you're coaching and talking, it'll help us be informed as a group around what does this look like? And to Councilmember Ford's point around, we all heard what was said, right? And if it's not moving forward, then what's the issue? But we all hear it together.
I think my mental model is some version of that. I think the piece that I would add is some active listening from both sides to say, okay, developer person, I think I heard you just say that this is the pain point, and use your own words. And then they'll either, so we were talking about, you're trying to get to the, that's right. You keep rephrasing until they say, yeah, that's right. right? And then you do the same, right? Because they might say, council member, I hear that what you're wanting is this city such and that. You're like, no, that's not what I said. I said this other thing. And then you do that back and forth until you get to the that's right. And then we're sure that everyone has actually heard what was intended to be said and not filtered through our own sort of expectations, fears, hopes, dreams, whatever. We wait till we get to the that's right. I would be happy to write sort of a general sort of process proposal for your consideration. Because I think it might want to be a couple of different things, right? Like maybe some small table discussions, maybe some stations. I could also see a version where someone, don't want to mention any names, might say, broad strokes, this is the process. These are the resources that we have available. And then I say, any developer in this room who doesn't understand that, write that down right now. I'll take your questions in the back. Right? Like any number of ways that we could structure that. So I can certainly put my head, and Dominique's taking great notes to come back with you to say, like, this is what that could look like. And you're a process person, all kinds of people, right? We could get some additional ideas. I won't think of everything. But just to keep it moving, if, again, there was consensus that, Heather, would you please do that? I could do that.
No, because August 11th is our next study session.
So
I'm good with it.
I cannot play with you on August 11th because I will be flying to Salt Lake.
And that would be with the developers, right?
No,
She won't be here.
just with us,
Right.
as far as what you have there,
I could join you virtually on the 11th.
just going to the next
Yeah.
step before we get to developers. So we
Yeah.
have to have our ducks in a row, so we know what to expect.
Yeah.
The mayor touched on it earlier, but I really do think that we need to think about this also, is to have South Adams County Water and Sanitation present. Water is a big issue in Commerce City. And because we don't own our own water, we don't have our own district. And at a recent symposium that I attended, developers and builders who were on the panels said that they were choosing communities where they have access to water and it's not complicated. Greeley, Thornton, Brighton, Aurora. So we don't have our own water, so it is complicated. I do think that needs to be part of the equation as well. Otherwise, we're not taking in the full picture when it comes to development in Commerce City.
So you'd want to have them at the round table, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Love that.
All right, we have 4 minutes. Anything else?
So action items look like, I write a proposal. I'll run it by you and your folks, and then and your study session on August 11th, I could join you virtually
Yep, and we
We
can
can
share the proposal
Yep.
with the council then.
prior. And then we could visit about that and make any like critical changes. Well, you'll make it better because you're smart, and that'll be great. And then coming out of that, there might be some direction that then we should carry on and plan said thing. Will you have a date in mind by then, so we could be kicking around dates?
And we can work with the development community to start getting some of those dates.
That'd be cool.
Councilman, you guys okay with that? Councilmember Kim, you okay with that?
Yes, I'm good.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool.
All right.
Yay,
Okay, fine.
let's do fun things together.
Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you for your time.
Yes.
All right.
On to the last item of the night.
Gonna do a comfort break real quick.
All right. Council budget request discussion. Senior Andrew Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the time again. You also have Heather to help you all navigate this conversation as well. This is obviously going to be a very similar conversation, like what we had last week with CIP. In this case, we are going to be soliciting feedback from council regarding operating funding priorities. So what you're going to see within this presentation is a discussion around what we now call a decision package proposals that comes from city staff before you all during the budget workshop, which will open up in September 8th to be exact. As well as feedback that we've also received from council from the March retreat, just as context, the things that we cover on the day-to-day. When we talk about decision package proposals, it's really a shift that we have made internally to align with leveraging data-driven approaches, as well as analytical thought process to new budget requests that support both operations and resources. It helps us navigate economic uncertainties, right? You have an example on the slide in bullet point 3 around what we're seeing coming out of the federal administration and obviously how the state has to respond. What does that look like as an impact to our budget? And how do we afford ourselves to be able to continue to meet level of service? Also funding capacities that and needs before us. We talk about, I think you brought it up earlier, Mayor, around what is our outstanding debt as it pertains to the city? How does that limit some of our abilities? What happens with that unassigned general fund balance, which is a tool that we've used in budgets past to help balance any deficiencies so that we're able to address the budget enhancements, or in this case, decision package proposals. And then obviously looking at the long term, some of you all have or will be having interviews with our consultant Raftellus about the long-term financial plan. That's ready to look at what can we do to ensure that we remain or we mitigate structural balance or imbalance to the city as we move forward with the growth of operations, the diversification of operations, but also meeting the wants and the needs of the community on that day to day. So once again, this is just a continuation of that. I think importantly around the decision package proposals, you know, we've narrowed the review by departments to their top 5 priorities, right? Reason really being, as noted in bullet point 2, projected revenues, while still growing, they're not growing at a rate where our projected expenditures have grown to meet operations, to be able to meet the needs in our community. Obviously, generally speaking, over the course of the last 3 years under my tenure as the city manager, we have grown our operations based off of changes in the environment. I think holistically by 7 different operations per department, just to be able to keep up, right? PD has, in just the last 18 months, added 10 different functionalities of their operations to be able to address various needs that we're hearing in the community. Same thing with community well-being, about habitability, livability issues, creating a transit division where we now have a real-time traffic control center. So we have made changes comprehensively and holistically throughout this organization, but in that, there's a cost to it. So one of the things I think is important is that the basis of the approach that we've been talking about is really getting ourselves back into what was the foundational construct of our strategic plan back in 2022, which was getting back to basics, right? This was discussed at length, but one of the things was the focus on basic services, to develop and strengthen our core competencies, and creating a clear distinction and difference between what are projects and what are operations. There were times where we were blending what we thought was operational as a project and vice versa. That was not allowing us to be able to move forward in a strategic, coordinated, and realistic fashion, right? You know, we were getting a mile wide and an inch deep as to an inch wide and a mile deep, and being able to make tangible, real life, tactile improvements to the community. So one of those things, when we think about it, you've done it right, and that the difference between projects and operations that afford you to be able to meet that needed level of service, right? So it should be moving us from activating, which is your mission, to delivering that vision. If you are accomplishing that back to basics, that core competence, that distinction between projects and operations, that look overall as to your strategic plan. When you look at your budget, the strategic plan is woven throughout the discussion of departments in correlation to operations and how we plan to achieve that when we make those various requests that can move you closer to that goal line. So part of that discussion is also a 70-20-10 rule. You all discussed the 20% last Monday. Those were your CIP projects. Those were your special city projects where we talked about 112. We talked about some other opportunities of thinking about design work. And then there are operational projects within that as well. So street maintenance, striping, concrete flat work. That's operational, but it falls within the categorization of CIP. But what we looked at was creating a core concept of what we wanted to move forward on that 20%. The 70% is what you see. It's the mowing, it's the streets maintenance on the daily, it's code enforcement, it's parking enforcement, it's the operations of officers on the street. That is where we spend the majority of our time. When that 20% gets out of alignment, your budget and how you approach your budget starts to get out of alignment, and you start to see a reduced productivity in what you're trying to do day over day. So that 70% is a lot of what we do and should be focusing the attention at. So when we came back in March, obviously the decision package discussion, we've limited it internally, top 5 priorities. We're not funding necessarily all top 5 priorities because we're looking at it across the organization, but trying to get this body into what are your top 5 priorities for us to go back to do some additional due diligence, research and analysis to bring back to that budget workshop to see what that additional cost would be. And once again, we're not saying that you have to align yourself with that, but it's something that gives us a starting point so that, right, we're remaining focused and coordinated and trying to balance the budget that we have coming before you. And the realities that we have, revenues are growing. We've heard that from the auditors during the first presentation. You received the financial monthly report that we get to you all, but the revenues are also growing because we've grown operations exponentially. Now, this slide is just for context purposes. This was a discussion that you all held at that March retreat when you were talking about the operating funding priorities. And the things that you all created buckets were around public safety, Derby, public works, retail, ED, PRG, primary employment, and events. Not necessarily saying that those are still your top priorities, but there may be even more specific discussions or diving deeper within public safety. For an example being, how can we increase the capacity or capabilities of parking enforcement in the city? That's an example that we would then take back and say, this is what we could do, but here's how much it's going to cost you. Is this something the council as a body would like to support? As an example. But that brings us to, once again, what are council's top 5 operating funding priorities, not CIP? And as a group collectively, I think what would help us is if that's something that you all want to entertain, would be making a motion when you're done with your conversation for an item on notice council business this coming Monday, so that you all could then, no differently than like last Monday, ratify that decision for us to take those next steps, so that there's clarity about what we're bringing back to the table on September 8th.
So clarity, so there's a notice of council business?
No, I would say if you all get to the conclusion that we as a body support these 5 things, my request would be for you all to have something on notice council, but we're supporting having something on notice council business as a motion stating we would want staff to bring these 5 things back during the budget workshop.
But only on operation.
Only on supporting the increase of capabilities and capacities of operations.
Because you did CIP last week.
That's correct.
Okay, I have a question, just before I get into it. So, council members can say, of these things on the screen, my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 look like this. Or they could say, yeah, Derby, but when I say public works, I specifically mean this kind of a thing, and give us a little bit more detail. But if they don't give us more detail and just say public works, you as staff would sort of come back as part of the budget and say, you told us it was a public works is a priority, this is what that looks like.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So this is just interesting background, but we start the conversation. Okay.
Another clarity there.
Yeah.
Derby is URA.
Correct. We already currently provide an amount of $83,000 a year to help fund the Catalyst program. That's not a limitation of what the city can do to continue to help increase funding towards Derby. So there are examples that we can do. Right now, Derby is an example, could also be support the URA in developing and strengthening the lighting for public safety within Derby. helping support the URA because the URA has a limited funding source, right? They have only a reserve of 1.33 million, and they're only adding around 250,000 to 300,000 a year, which is not a lot to be able to move some of the things that you all have discussed when we came back to you all with the Derby Master Plan discussion in May of this year. So there's things that you can do by not necessarily taking on the roles and responsibilities of the URA, but you can provide funding and or conceptual aspects to support some of the actions in Derby.
Does this also include capital outlay for the departments?
Give me an example of capital, because most of that is captured within our CPI, unless you're talking about fleet.
Well, like, just going back to March, so like, Public Works for 2025 amended budget at $25,255,000 in capital outlay. Does that include, is that operation and maintenance? I mean, is that like for like?
What page of the
fleets?
budget are you looking at, or?
It was on capital expenditure fund, page 7,
The capital expenditures fund would
Yeah.
be CIP.
Yeah.
CIP.
So maybe you could just give us quick examples for each of these things. Like, what would it mean to prioritize public safety?
So prioritizing public safety would be expansion of flock cameras throughout the core city or throughout the northern range. What would that look like?
Okay.
What's the phasing of it?
For
That's an example.
Okay, Public Works?
Public Works would be enhance the capabilities or capacities for weed maintenance and or parks and street maintenance.
Okay, Retail Development?
Retail development would be increased capacities for marketing strategies and or implementation of the data that's been received around the retail sales dashboard and how we would go after the gap users.
Rob God?
Economic development would be how do we increase the capacities or how do we implement the near-term economic development strategies from the economic development strategic plan. Parks and Rec and Golf, how do we expand our program offerings to both youth, active adults, and or those with special needs. With primary employment, how do we engage with, how can we increase our engagement with site selectors and other guilds to bring workforce development to the community. Events, how do we increase special events and or activities that will engage the broader Denver metro area or our community to increase foot traffic.
You did the whole place. That was nice. That was helpful to me. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Dukes. Just clarify, a couple clarifying questions before I rank them. One is with any of these buckets, so events, for example, if we prioritize these, does it decrease the budget? And I ask that specifically because we voted to increase event budgets to have food trucks, like food free, a couple extra events. Our Mary Market, which would be right over here with the ice skating rink, all that. Does that change our priority if we change it for next year?
No, great question. No, it doesn't. So what we're looking at this is, will this be a one-time pilot or will this be something that becomes operational in nature time over time to which then gets built into our base budget? So what you're looking at is that this is a increase above and beyond what we already have proposed and what we're able to identify under our general fund revenue dollars. So anything that comes from this, no different than our budget enhancement, has to pull from the unassigned general fund balance.
So my second question, because this is a pilot, I like the way this is going when we think about the 10, 20, and the 70, right? Like how do we prioritize? Is there a space in the future about part of this process, we look at an impact matrix? Where we can say if we prioritize and we go through and say high impact, low impact. Because I think things like Derby, the way you described it, that's actually high impact, low effort. If we fund the dollars and we have the street lights versus Public Works, we probably have to have more staff. So it could be a high impact, high effort when we think about you know, some challenges we have across our city with the trash and debris.
Yeah.
But is that a possibility? Have you thought about that?
I think depending on where you all end with this 5, I think when we come back to you in September, it's something that we can still give you a high impact, low effort, high yield, right?
Yeah.
I think that's important for you to understand, right? Are you gonna be expending a significant amount of staff resources and time, inclusion of new staff, technology for a low yield?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we can provide you that, and that'll be a part of our analysis with those aspects. Because we've gone through a more in-depth evaluation of very similar context of high impact, low effort, not in the same vein, but looking at that same outcome.
I think it'll be a helpful discussion, because I think about golf, our golf course, for example. It is a high effort. I don't know if it's high impact, right? Because we're always continually redoing the sod and the drainage, and so it's a lot of costs, right? And so it'll be a great discussion, like, is there a different way we look at our golf course, right? That may be, you know, ultimately low effort, but high impact.
If I may, an example would be like when you had your PRG master plan, they talked about changing the identity of the golf course from X to a links course, which then has a different type of maintenance and care.
Yes.
But that's more of a policy discussion and or analysis. And what would that look like as a transition? And that's something from an operational standpoint, if the council wanted us to move forward, what are the steps and what are the funding necessary for us to take that eventual operational shift and change?
Okay. And I know, like, we'll probably go around a couple of times, but I'm ready to rank if I know it'll be a couple of times around, so I'll jump in now and rank them really quick. I'm okay with the top 5. So public safety, Derby, public works, retail development, and then number 5 is economic development for me.
Those are the top 5.
Public safety, Derby, public
Well, as
works,
they're listed. So public safety is number 1.
in the order they're listed there, yeah. Okay.
On round 1 you're referring to?
Just order listed here. Number 1 for me would be public
In
safety.
the first column,
Number 2 would be
Yep.
Derby.
Yep.
Number 3, public works. Number 4, retail. If I rank 5, number 5, economic development
copy,
for me.
yep. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ford, or do you have your rankings yet?
Yeah,
Okay.
Hit me.
public safety, number 1,
Mhm.
public works, number 2,
Mhm.
economic development, number 3.
Hmm.
Retail development, number 4. Derby, number 5. The reason that I ranked them in that order and left the ones off I left is because I think they also fall into economic development and retail development.
Got that. Awesome. Great.
And public works, like you did.
Okay, who's up next? Councilmember Kim, are you ready?
Bam.
Go for it.
Hit it.
Derby number 1, public safety number 2. Economic development number 3. Shoot. Public works number 4, and then retail development number 5.
Okay.
Councilmember Cheater, are you ready?
I can give it a shot. Mine's a little bit different. Public safety is number 1. But something we're leaving out on that is our siren or warning system. You know.
Yeah.
It hasn't worked since they put it in, but it does work better than most of them, because at least for the people that can hear it, at least they can hear what the emergency is. So we're on top of it there. But so that's something that needs to be added, because we still got the most hazardous district in the state with all the railroads that are coming through our area, and the interstates with Highway 85, I-76, 270. These are all hazardous material routes. It just takes one
So it's
spill to
570.
wipe out, you know, to wipe out a half a city if it's the right product. And so that's something that we got to get it working, the warning system. And I know when it goes off at my house, I'll ask the neighbors around me. I said, was that a test? And I don't know. You know, when I asked the ones that speak Spanish, I think maybe they can hear that better than the English version, and then they can't. But I mean, so we need to add more. I think we didn't put in enough of it. And so we probably need to add them or a couple more. And I don't know, do we have them up north?
Yeah.
We
Yes,
do?
oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It, okay, and number two, on the item would be, I guess that was public safety. Transportation, where does that fall? Is that under public works or?
That would be under Public Works.
And we gotta work on our roads and we need to up our schedule, plain and simple. And we're waiting for them to be in really bad shape when we should just wait for them to start when they're just deteriorating. Go ahead.
So when you mean up our schedule, so are you saying we need to be more predictive in when we think our roads are gonna go
Right.
from
Right.
a PCI condition of
It's like,
good to fair?
yeah, because I mean, it just seems like we don't hear about them until they're in really bad shape and then everybody's calling and complaining and it's, and then when we go look at them, say, damn, you're right. You know, and plus we're in a bind with having all of our different roads with the CDOT roads versus the county roads versus and that's a problem we still need. I think we gotta do something about. Where would we put beautification in there? As far as picking up trash, what category would that fall under?
So if it was within our public rights of way, that would be Public Works, that's the hot shot crew, so improving the hot shot crew to be more diverse than just large bulky items that are illegal dumping, if you're looking from a community appearance perspective. If it's private property, that would fall in an effort between community development and economic development, right? Community development's gonna hit them from a code enforcement. I don't know if necessarily that you always want to be heavy-handed. I mean, you can to get a response. But community appearance can play as well as selling a message that when you drive in Commerce City, right, you're driving into a place that has a level of pride across both public and private, and it's being demonstrated. That's the MyC3 program. So an example would be, how can we look at increasing the capacities, capabilities, or creativity of MyC3, which is housed in CD.
And on the same subject, public works, so we was talking about last year on extending 60th Avenue straight across and realigning it where it comes out at Brighton Boulevard.
That would be a CIP project
Okay,
and not necessarily operational.
okay, and 64th Avenue, making it to where it's passable. From Old Mill Road, Highway 85 to Brighton Boulevard.
That would also be a CIP project, yes.
Drainage issues, like on Dahlia Street from 48th Avenue to 50th or to Sand Creek. It's every time it rains hard, it's like, you think they would fix this. You got this big puddle to go through and it just.
So is it storm inlets or were you talking about that?
Yeah, and it actually comes from, I was watching it the last time and it came from the west side of Dahlia. And then it was draining to the east. And by looking at it, you would think it would drain the opposite direction, but it doesn't. But it just, I don't know if the drains are plugged up on the west side, but they've been that way for years and years and years. But it never changes.
So what I would say there is, how do you improve or increase stormwater management capacity, right? So is that?
Capital improvement?
No, not necessarily, because what you're thinking about is then, do we have enough resources for storm inlet drainage removal? Let's say we have 5,000 storm drain inlets or storm sewer inlets. How many are we cleaning the day? And if we were to get it to a more effective number to where we're minimizing flood conditions or icing over conditions when we have those type of storms, what will we need? So that would be an example of an operational, not necessarily a,
Is that in one of these
That's-
categories or is stormwater
EW.
management a third? Okay, so it's still in public works.
Okay, and right in the same area where we have that drainage problem on Dahlia, there's no sidewalks. I mean, and those businesses have been there forever, or it's been a Superfund site on both sides, and when are we gonna put sidewalks in?
So that's CIP and that's part of our sidewalk connectivity
Okay,
budget line item that was in your packet last week.
oh, okay,
That may just need to be, you know, an identified sidewalk that PW works through. That's a part of the larger package.
What are your other three?
Yep, so I got two. I got public safety, public works.
that's all, I only got two?
Yeah, you get three more.
Okay. Primary employment, I guess.
Okay.
And we seem to be losing a lot of people. And just like I said earlier, when you threw your office party, they all said what a great time they was having, what a great city it was. And then the next week they moved on.
That's,
They
that's,
was talking to us from Boulder.
well, that's not necessarily primary employment.
Oh, it's
but-
not?
No.
Okay.
So primary employment is attracting,
Oh, okay, okay, well,
Do you still have that one as your third priority?
now let's.
Okay.
I don't know, we're doing good on Parks and Rec and we're doing good on the events.
I mean, it appears you had added one about community appearance, which, like I
Oh, I
said,
did, yeah.
which ties into, which isn't on this list, which is our MyC3
Right.
aspect of that.
And then it was brought up at the EPAC meeting the other day about beautifying our cities with trees.
Trees
And, something I think would be just great up from 120th to 48th Avenue down Highway 2 would be nice to trees in there. We have it up by 92nd, but that was a requirement that I think we put in when Cementos, that concrete business come in and they let half of them die. And I think we might be able to fix that with, just by looking at the contract, because I think they probably are supposed to maintain those trees. But
So is that a new priority?
So we're doing a tree canopy assessment now. So
okay,
the question would be, what can we do to, once it's done, to implement that? That would be under PRG or Public Works.
okay.
How many do you have now?
How many trees?
No, how many?
Public works.
Come on, Rob.
Development.
Yeah,
I
Parks and
said I
Rec.
would give it a shot.
Yep, good. Parks and Recs would be number 3.
Yeah, Parks and Rec number 3.
Parks and Rec number 3, thank you. Okay.
Okay. And until somebody comes up with a plan with Derby. Well, I take it back. I mean, one of the problems we have is there's a number of different outfits. Everybody's looking for a place to have a meeting.
That's true.
And they're looking to either use the fire department or whatever. They can't, there's no place to have a damn meeting around this town. And maybe we could turn Derby into a event center to where there's at least it's something for Derby.
Would that be your fourth priority?
That'd be my fourth.
Okay.
He already said primary employment, so that's fine.
He undid that one. Give him
You
a-
undid it?
Give him back because it wasn't what he wanted.
Yeah,
Okay,
That's legal.
fifth one, fifth one, hit it.
What's left? Events,
Retail development, economic development, primary employment, which you already rejected, and events.
retail and.
Retail development, you got it. All right, so I have you officially recorded as public safety, public works, parks, rec and golf, Derby, and then retail development as your top 5.
Yes,
Cool,
and that's with big and small businesses.
love it. You got it. All right.
Okay. Councilmember Douglas?
Try to make this easy, but I'm gonna go public safety first.
Okay.
I really put economic development, primary employment and retail development all together as number 2. I don't know if that's illegal or not, but
Not illegal.
it's not illegal.
On the advice of your attorney.
So, I'm gonna put public works number 3, but I'm gonna include with public works community appearance. And I started thinking about it, and Councilmember Ford and I we keep thinking about this and bring it up Quebec Parkway is kind of like the gateway to Commerce City. It looks like crap, and it's looked like crap for years because of
More trees,
what's that?
more trees.
That would be probably a great place to put the canopy and then collaborate with Epic and everything else, but I'm gonna do Public Works as number 3 with the / of community improvements and then Derby.
Wait, that ended up being way more than,
I know.
okay, cheater, all right, public safety was one.
Didn't say you were cheating.
But it was not technically a crime.
Exactly.
All right, need you to get down to 5. So 1 is public safety, what's 2?
Well, I'm gonna do economic development with primary employment and retail in parentheses.
But they're different things, so you have to tell me which one is 3 and which one is 4. I appreciate that you're a clumper and not a splitter, but I need you to split it.
Economic development is industrial stuff and warehouses
Then I'm gonna
and
put-
stuff like that. Do you want restaurants,
I want
shops, then you
private-
want retail?
Okay, then I'll do retail.
Okay, so public safety and then 2 is retail?
Retail, if
Okay.
it's restaurants and, because when I think of retail, I think like going and buying clothes and shoes, which everybody said that we're shoeless here, so.
What's wrong with Walmart?
Okay, 3,
Public Works, which to me
Yeah.
includes a committee of parents and then Derby.
and then Derby, you get 1 more. I have public safety, retail development, public works, Derby, and then what's your 5? Econ development was the other one, like you said. Point,
Primary employment.
primary employment, you got it. All right.
Airport Tim.
I would do okay. I want to activate the community. So retail development comes first. Invest in incentives, whatever we can do. Second would be Derby. More money for the URA in order to activate Derby.
Cool.
Public safety. But here's my issue with that. We have in the past given more money to the police department for police officers and millions. But the problem remains hiring police officers. Are we still in that position where more police officer challenge is the hiring aspect?
Yes, and you raise a very good thing, Mayor Pro Tem. You know, we've been discussing internally I think a novel hiring strategy, which will be shared with you all during our budget workshop. We're still working through the details. So when I think about public safety, it's thinking about, you know, some creativity and some disruptive ways of thinking about it, right? The drones as first responder was a disruptive way of approaching public safety. So what is something that is in the same vein that could be, you know, an opportunity to be able to build capacity and capabilities is what we would more than likely bring back. It wouldn't be, let's add 7 more officers. What can we do differently?
Drones instead of officer.
Drones as opposed to officers, you know, there's things
Okay.
such as stop sticks, which are, you know, another tool for being able to catch vehicles parking in illegal places and so forth.
Safety sticks.
What are they asking?
Sorry, safety stick, my bad.
What are each of these departments? We're really talking about this by a department, basically. What are each of these departments talking about?
Say it again.
What are the departments asking for? I mean, what does public safety need?
Public safety has identified technological need, improvements, in support of, I think just for this particular instance, the Real-Time Crime Center, as well as the Emergency Operations Center, as well as staff.
Okay, I'll go with that.
Okay.
Let's see, public works. Would be, I mean, there's something missing from this also, which is communications, but that's not on the list here. Public works, I would say, Rockies too, in terms of roads and fixing the emergency speaker system. It's really kind of unintelligible. It goes off every first Tuesday of the month, scares the bejesus out of everyone, and no one knows what it says.
Other than that,
Facebook
it's
is nuts, you know. What is that? We won't save anyone's life if we don't get the words.
Terrible.
Yeah. Right, and then more asphalt work, definitely pavement work. And also more, I was thinking about the hotshot group, if they could also proactively look for weed problems on main thoroughfares. Today, when I was coming back, I saw on 104th and Tower, the weeds in the median are probably 3 feet tall. They just exploded, a whole bunch of them. I haven't submitted yet. I will be submitting tomorrow, but just someone observing that as they're driving around while they're doing it, they think, I'm not just looking for a couch, I'm also looking to see where there's a weed problem on the main drag that makes Commerce City not look polished.
I think that's a great one. You know, I know PW has already been talking about expansion of the hotshot crew. So this may be another opportunity while they've looked at the request for hotshot in this upcoming budget as you may be asking them or us asking them to further diversify what that might look like in B. So you have comparisons and or additions to what you will see in that workshop.
I have one more for them. Graffiti, the graffiti team. Because I've been hearing about it more and more and more.
Okay.
That it's happening in the community, just like broken windows problem. The more graffiti, the more it happens.
Public or private?
Pardon me?
Public or private?
Property,
No, the hot shots would be,
the public property and private property.
Somebody told me that they're putting them on like boxes, maybe so like electrical boxes or something.
And at the parks, they still.
Code enforcement group carries paint.
That would be code enforcement because if it's on public.
You know,
property-
I'm saying we would do the work. We would paint it out. That's what they do in Lone Tree. That's what one of my residents told me, is that their graffiti team literally knows what the paint is for all of the different.
We do that, but we do that through code enforcement on private property. If it's
They would
on,
do the painting? Code
no, we have a
enforcement?
vendor. So when we see graffiti on an electrical box or on a building, that's not under public control. We have a vendor, we work with the property owner. They grant us certain indemnification to come on the property to have the vendor do that work. And that's a program that we've had.
We do
Oh, okay. So we only do public property then?
we carry it 100%.
We do the public property as well as if there's utilities within the public property, we carry paint and we'll address that.
Jason, but if it's on private property, we cite them so that they clean it up, right?
Well, it all depends. If it's, we won't cite them, we'll work with them if they want to get it cleaned up. So, right, we don't want to hurt the property owner by saying, you've got graffiti.
Yeah.
Need to clean it up. Well, I don't necessarily have the resources to clean it up or the expertise. We then partner with them through this program in code enforcement to do that work on their behalf.
We get your.
Okay, and then my last one is Parks, Recreation and Golf, and it would be two things. More classes, for sure. And the other is data collection of who uses the recreational facilities. They're by age.
Yes.
Because the senior commission wants to be able to demonstrate one way or the other, whether there are seniors that are being turned away because there isn't enough space for them. And they are currently operating on a cone basis. You show up, you grab a cone if it's available. If the cone isn't available, you go home. Because there's limited space in the rooms, but they're not able to prove that there is not enough room for all of the seniors because the city doesn't keep track of who actually comes into the facility in terms of data collection. that it would be a process of delayed data collection for youth and all ages.
So what can we do to increase, what would it look like to increase the capacity or capability for additional classes? Is what I'm hearing.
So, yeah, so they say that there aren't enough classes and that there are more seniors who need the classes. And they aren't able to prove it because data isn't being collected. That seems to them, because I need to assure you, there are a lot of members of the commission, a lot of commissioners who have pretty extensive former business backgrounds who can't understand that we are not collecting data on our parks, recreation and golf facilities in order to, or even the golf course. Do people play who are local or are they people who come from elsewhere? I mean, there's just a lot of data points that would be worthwhile for the city to collect, but that costs money.
Data collection, yes, ma'am.
We do collect that.
Yes, we do.
We do collect that part of it. Like, folks are from the city versus, non-residents that come to play the golf course.
Well, if they are a member at the golf course?
No, right,
It
resident.
makes a difference in how much they pay.
No, okay, but wait, I was talking about the golf course specifically. I wasn't talking about the 2 recreational facilities.
No, we are the golf course. We had a presentation that shows that they do collect data on like who is
okay.
a resident of.
All right,
Commerce
good. You
City.
don't need to do with the golf course because they're already doing that.
Yeah.
But the recreational facilities, they're not,
Oh,
because we've tried to collect that and we can't.
I can, yes.
Look into
We
it.
will ask
Look into
questions.
it. Yeah. They'll be good at it. There's a lot of people in Central Park.
Well, yeah, I know they keep track of the rec center because we have a lot of folks in the Eagle Point Rec Center who don't live in our city can use it.
We keep track of, but traffic, but I think what she's looking for is more, a greater breakdown of the socioeconomic demographic that's coming through that. And I can't speak to whether or not we have that or not, but
I
that's
know
the
we
question.
don't. They've already gone to PRNG. They've already talked to the director and they've already gone through that process and it is not occurring.
Okay,
All right.
I'm ready.
Now, I believe this is me, I believe retail, because we talked about this today.
Yep.
I believe retail development, economic development is the same, in the same group. Because it's in the same
You can't
department.
do that. I couldn't.
Right, you guys, which one's 1, which one's 2?
It's in the same department.
the law.
Okay, but which one's 1 and which one's 2?
Well, Jason's here. Jason, you explain the difference between economic development
Just
and
to be
retail
clear,
development.
The top 5 are gonna look like they're pretty likely, so it's probably not gonna matter which one you say is which one you love the more.
One,
So you have two.
2, 3, 4.
Tell me which one's 1 and which one's 2.
5 public works already.
Okay,
So mine is retail development,
Yeah.
economic development,
okay,
public safety,
Uh-huh.
public works, and I mean, I said Derby's URA, so I have PRG.
hey. All right, so just looking for just what looks like consensus on number of people who put it in their top 5. Not whether it was their 1, 2, 3, or 4, but top 5. So public safety was in everyone's top 5. And public works was in everyone's top 5. And retail development was in everyone's top 5. So those are your top 3 priorities. Super clear message there. Derby was in 6 folks' top 5. So that looks like it's the next priority. Economic development was in 4 folks' top 5. And then PRG was in 3 and primary employment was in 1. So I think that's a pretty clear pattern there. Pretty clear. Maybe top 6-ish if you want to bring some staff recommendations back. You want to bring back 1 package or are you going to bring back some options? What do you think you'll do with this information, Downing?
Yeah, I think, if council wants more than 5, then obviously I think that's something that we consider, but I think trying to focus, once again, trying to manage the realistic expectations around the budget itself, I think is important when we're thinking about that. like I said, our revenues are growing, but they're not growing as fast as our expenditures. And all of these inputs will factor into the long-term financial planning for the organization. Because once you bring these forward, I'll give you an example. We put $7.5 million into the Advancing Commerce Together program. It's a great program. It's going to make a lot of change and help a lot of residents. But that's $7.5 million that goes away after December 31st, 2026. So we've created some form of an expectation with that program. It may not be $7.5 million worth of an expectation, but it's somewhere between 0 and 7.5. And what does that look like? So by adding these things, I think is also just, I think to your point, as you're raising high effort, low impact, high impact. These are things that I think we can share with you when you have that more bigger picture around all of those decision package proposals. So I would try to keep it within the 5.
Okay,
But once again, council could make a decision as they see fit.
so the 5 end up being just the top 5 listed here in the first column, public safety, not in this order necessarily, but public safety, Derby, public works, retail development, economic development. Jason, what I think I heard you say at the beginning is you would love for someone from council at your next business meeting.
Or I just need consensus from them to say, bring back what staff thinks are meaningful ideas that address what we've heard around the
These
table.
things.
In public safety, Derby, public works, retail development, economic
You need a
development.
consensus?
You'd settle for that for right now?
I'd settle for that right now, but that consensus would then drive me to put something on notice council business with that
Copy.
perspective motion.
So do you need the contents of each one, what we're asking?
I've gotten some content. So for instance, the mayor pro tem in public works asked about increasing the capacities and or capabilities of the hot shop crew. Discussion around for PRG in improving, increasing the capacity or capabilities for more classes and data collection within our rec centers.
We only heard the details from a few of them. Do you want to hear the details from everybody else in like a quick speed round if we didn't hear them?
Yes, now that we have a collective 5,
Okay,
what does that look like?
so if you, maybe start with those who didn't provide the detail in their earlier comments. So if you just come back down the line, would that work? maybe? Charles?
So public safety would be, I love what you said about the hiring practices being innovative and also technology. And then just general maintenance of all the equipment and gear so that we are the best equipped city, whether it's police, but across public safety in general. For Derby, the idea of the lighting, the low hanging fruit in terms of lighting and things that we can do with our city funds that are not URA funds. Your recommendations would be welcome there, but one specific thing you talk about is lighting is something we can do. As far as public works, I concur with Mayor Pro Tem around the hot shot crew. And for me, it's really around how do we proactively, make sure the city is upkeep. I honestly think that we should get to a place where if we had enough public works team or whatever is needed, I don't think we need to have a Access C3 report all the time, right? I think if we can look at data and say this is the hot spot all the time, because there's some places where you see it every day and it gets worse and you put it in a thing and then you get it cleaned up, but it's the same area. So I would love that to be more proactive. Retail development, recommendations for retail development in terms of like how do we track, how do we create more incentives, to use it as a good word to attract small and large businesses. And someone that could come out of the task force, the small business task force and like public safety and stuff they talked about there. And economic development, it's really what do we need from your team to not just booster our website, but how do we get from point A to point Z faster for economic development? And what resources are really needed to get there? Like, I don't know, I trust you guys, but there's a lot of discussion around it and there's a lot of tools, but is there something that we can do more, add more money to help yield the results?
Craig, a second.
Craig, still there?
Yes.
Would you like to expand on your priority?
Heather, you're gonna have to remind me after the first one here.
You were Derby, public safety, economic development, public works, and retail development.
Now I'm being, I'm questioning whether or not retail and economic development are the same thing now, so I might have to switch that one up. So going back regarding Derby, I think of Derby as the fabric of Commerce City. I think of it as it has a lot of rich history there. So with regards to lighting, with regards to upgrading our small little park there, right in the core, working through the making it look better than what it does today. Maybe removing those bricks or maybe adding, replacing those. I have no idea. Just whatever it is that we can do to ensure that that we can basically have a full face makeover or whatever you want to call it of Derby itself. Is my thought. What was the next one there? You mentioned public safety. So public safety, I think of what is it called? The shot noise detection, shot detection. Pardon me. Flock, thank you. I think of Flock, increasing Flock, Flock's presence in more of our neighborhoods, more in the north, more in the and an increase in the south. That's where my head goes. And then the other one, Public Works. I like the ideas that both I think Mayor Pro Tem and also Councilmember Dukes had mentioned too, with regards to just the cleanup, basically hotshot crew, right, and adding more to that. Retail and economic development. I just Mayor's got me questioning whether or not they're actually one and the same. Jason, can you go back again to, I guess, what is the difference between the two again?
Which Jason? There's two Jasons in the room.
Well, pick Jason Rogers.
So retail development is that, right? It's sales tax generating uses that are commercially supportive to other economic development activities. Other economic activities can, but don't always necessarily need to include primary employment, secondary or tertiary employment users such as your manufacturing, warehouse, logistics. So economic development is also more broader into thinking about development of policies and programs that can help a range of different sectors and users, from small business all the way up to your Fortune 100. So that you have a diverse ecosystem.
All right. So I guess with regards to what you're saying, for me, for retail development, I think about obviously incentives. I mean, it's the same as economic development. I mean, just trying to help with the incentives, help with the increase in infrastructure costs, trying to reach out to reaching out those potential retailers or those developers that would help maybe want to build something that would increase foot traffic within those areas. And regarding economic development, I'd look at it more as a I mean, incentives are there. I mean, maybe just more transparency with the community, with as far as maybe refining our processes if they need to be, if that needs to happen. Can't think of anything else right now.
Thank you.
Public safety. I think we always have to be working towards making our community safer. The flock systems are helping. The drum systems are helping. One of the things that I give kudos to our police department is they're front facing to our residents, constantly on Facebook, constantly telling everybody this is what's happened, this is what, don't do this here. All of that stuff, I think, is great. I just want to make sure we're supporting them and enhancing any of that kind of work that they can do. I also, am curious where we're at with School District 14. I know, we had, the CSOs in 27J. I know there was some frustrations about having them in 14. Are we going to be able to serve both of our educational districts with the needs? And I know it's a partnership that has to take place, but all of that in the public safety realm. Derby. I'm in Derby every morning. I go every morning, sit down and have donuts and coffee with some of the local folks. And when I come into Derby at 7:30 in the morning, there's almost people sleeping in the entryways to businesses. They're entering businesses and creating disruption in those businesses. They're detouring other customers from utilizing those businesses. I've been talking to Jason about that over time, but the other thing that I see in Derby is the bricks have got to go. The road's got to get fixed. That intersection's got to get fixed.
That's already underway. It's out the bid for contract.
We have to-
Under
We
contract.
have to encourage the businesses that are there. The only ones that are open at 9 o'clock in the morning is Derby, the Tasty Donuts and Tamales by Sarah. Everything else is closed up. And then I guess, at 9 o'clock, probably the bank opens and El Jardín will open a little bit later and the grocery store. But there are so many businesses there that are not open. How do we encourage them to have activity? I think streetlights help. One of the things that's I think an easier fix, doesn't take a lot of money. A lot of people don't notice it, but when you drive into Derby, the striping for the parking spaces are not so well. It needs freshened up and just to get to be encouraging for people to want to be there. And so I'd like to get some of the negative disruptors out of the area and spruce the place up a little bit, just with painting the lines in the parking spots and street sweeping it good and cleaning it up and making it fresh, just freshen it up. Public Works. One of the things I noticed that this really frustrating for me, and I heard the Mayor Pro Tem talking about weeds. Weeds in the sidewalks, weeds in the streets. You go down through some of these neighborhoods and it's in both the northern area, the southern area, and you got 2-foot weeds in front of vehicles that have been parked there for too long. We need to freshen our community up and make it more inviting. It doesn't take a lot of dollars to help try to clean it up. And so I'm really would like to focus on the pride factor, I guess, in our community. How do we get some of these little things that are important to a lot of people taken care of? Public Works also, it just comes down to the weeds and stuff. And I go down Highway 2 every day. And yeah, I like the trees there by Cementos, but I hate the dead ones. I notice the dead ones constantly. And there's another big dead one by the park bench on the other side of the street, on Highway 2, there by Quebec, on the refuge side. And it's like, we have an ordinance that doesn't allow dead trees for residents. We gotta abide by that as well. So I'd love to see the dead trees and it goes back to that pride, cleaning things up. So that's on my Public Works side. Retail development, I think that leads into Derby as well as it does new development of retail. yeah, I wanna see it all. I wanna see opportunities for people. I mean, you know, I had mentioned shoes earlier and I know that got played on a lot tonight, but you wanna buy a washer and dryer for your house?
Yeah.
You ain't buying it in Commerce City.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's those simple things. It's the everyday thing that somebody needs. You need a garbage disposal? You're not buying it in Commerce City.
Ace Hardware.
Ace Hardware, but not a washer and dryer. You could probably get a garbage disposal there, but really, we need to try to think about what we're missing and what we need to try to attract. And sometimes it's those simple things. I mean, furniture, where do you buy furniture? You know, I mean, those kind of things where people would like to be able to go and spend their money. I get it, we have a Walmart, but not everybody wants, I mean, everybody in this room. I guarantee you're wearing something that didn't come from Walmart. I mean, you might have something that came from Walmart, but you're wearing something else that didn't come from Walmart. We get a ton of revenue from online, and I'm glad for that we generate that revenue from online sales. However, you know, I've been in this community my entire life, and if me and my wife want to go just walk around the store, we find ourselves walking through a Target or somewhere else in some other community. And I prefer to spend my money in this community. And so I'd like to focus on the retail development that we don't have. You know, what are we missing? And it's just those day-to-day items. Economic development, I think that leads into primary employment and everything else. And I think about things like UPS and what they generate in revenue for the city. And that revenue is what helps pay for other things for our residents. I mean, it all works together. So we have to work on all of them collectively. But I'm not saying we have to do major, huge projects. You can do some, you know, clean up the trees, paint the lines in the parking stalls, and focus on incentivizing some retail development. And I mean, if you get half that done, our residents will be ecstatic.
Okay, great, thanks. And Mayor, I think that leaves you, the last one, you didn't give us details?
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait.
Thank you. So I'd say with the retail development and what we talked about earlier, you know, closing retail gap, economic development, come up with the pilot project for Tower Road. Let's see. Public safety. Maybe add some more high tech, like the city of Aurora with their police department, they use AI for reporting. Just to upload the.
We're working towards that.
Work towards that.
Yes, sir.
Because that helps streamline it. And then supervisor would come in and they would say, okay, well, you just can't cut and paste. So basically it would. Yeah, just streamline the process. Like I said, that's great. They're working on that.
Yes.
I'd say have an ability for all the police, when they're out doing work, to have the drone technology in their car. So approaching an incident, maybe it could be a block away. Drone goes up, looks at what's going on, so they can better assess what the capabilities are and what they need. The other thing, okay, public works, I'd say early on in the season, especially in our area, be proactive on the Russian thistles. And that'd be for the developers too. Now we're seeing that they sprayed them over at the golf course. You see the weeds are all brown now, but I mean, those have been up for months. Trimming the trees leading up to the intersection. We have trees in the median that hang over. And then you're trying to get over into the turn lane, you got a tree hanging there. And you got two lanes next to you, you know, so your car won't get scraped up. URA, I would say be creative with lighting colored LED lights on the weekend and playing music on speakers. So when people, you know, bring people in, hey, what's going on, new music, all that, just like we do over at, our neighbors over here, Northwood Park, not Park Meadows. Northfields, you walk there, it's good. Either other places where you can go for, you know, that really helps. PRG, I would like to see, and I asked about this years ago when John was in there, looking at changing the hours. And they have increased them, but look at increasing them on the weekends. So maybe an hour earlier on Saturday and Sunday, and then maybe increase it by an hour or two on the weekend. I mean, I'm sorry, on Saturday, Sunday in the evening.
And I misspoke. Chrissy, you said you also wanted to add a little bit of detail real quick?
Yeah.
Hit me.
So public safety, I'd like to see the flock service increased as well as the drones, but I would like to see the possibility of adding a traffic division so that we are enforcing maybe changing the speed limits to make them lower, but also enforcing and making sure that people are abiding by that. So
we already do have a traffic division.
we do.
Yes.
Okay. All right, maybe we need to look at increasing that. So retail, I mean, we've got to look at what our community needs, especially like in the north with all these people moving in and most of them to new homes. So yeah, furniture stores, appliance stores, car sales. I can see somebody putting in some kind of battery store. All kinds of things that, we could possibly entice the developers, but at the same time bring things to the people that that they would like to keep their dollars here in Conroe City. Apparel, I mean, all of it. And then to me, Derby is a low effort where it could be high impact. And then primary employment, maybe we should take a look at where people are going to work in other places and then try to put in north satellites of those businesses. So we're duplicating, or not duplicating, but we're replicating what they're doing in other areas, but we're bringing it here to Commerce City so that people can stay here and work. And maybe they could just be smaller size businesses than they could have elsewhere, but keep the people here looking at communications. I know earlier Council Member Teeter was talking about the original plan for Tower, maybe looking at that again, and that could bring in the restaurants and everything else, the brew pubs and everything that other areas have, because their workers are there and they're going to frequent those places. I don't know if I mentioned, I would love to see a hospital here. And that would be a primary employer. My idea for the dog track at one time was to try to get a medical research center put there instead of homes or, more residential. But, that didn't happen, but doesn't mean it can't happen in the future, because we've got to think about things that will bring in people so that they can have an income that they can keep here in the city.
So you have your notes. I'm watching you write your notes down here, Jason. Dominique has been furiously typing, so we'll have a good sense of what councils are generally thinking. And you, staff, will bring back a package of things, but your best recommendations based on what you've heard for the 5 top priority items. And that will be happening when?
That would be September 8th.
September
So
8th.
in the interim, what we would do as a motion for notice of council business is just to reaffirm the 5 priority areas, given that we don't have a full council here, so that they have a general awareness.
Okay.
So public safety, Derby, public works, retail, and economic development.
I wanted to join in with the hot shot crew, doubling down on that. I think that's a good idea. And I think we also need a dead tree program for residents. Because, I mean, you're looking at $4,000 for the average tree to get rid of.
Used to have one.
Well, we need one
I don't know.
now. And not just for seniors, because these trees aren't going anywhere because people can't afford them to get rid of them unless we come up with some type of program. And there's a lot of dead trees in residential areas.
Would you be willing to go halvesies on paying for trash for
I don't know
residents?
what, no. I don't know what the solution, I'm just saying what the problem is. It's your job to find the solution.
Pay you for, man.
I mean, I have a solution. I don't know if the favorable one with the community. I mean, I think at some point in time, right, there will be a critical juncture point about how do you create additional funding sources, or how do you pull back on what we're currently funding to address these, right? Your unassigned general fund balances historically been used to handle 1-year time events. When you start to increase this, understand, right, there's gonna be a push and pull that we have to balance because we're creating a new expectation in the community. Not saying it's a bad one, but we also have to be able to afford how we advance those items.
You could even include that as a safety problem, because some of these trees, there's just a matter of time, they're coming down. So.
Cool. All right. So council, I have my handy dandy table with your respective rankings. Craig, if you can see that right there. I have sent this to Jason. Jason, you have this in your inbox. Dominique will give us a summary. So you have Lauren writing the one from last week, Dominique writing one from tonight. You'll have time to get those before the September meeting.
Yep.
But you're gonna do the council, that thing on this coming Monday?
This coming Monday.
Okay, so if you need anything from my staff in advance of that, let us know.
Will do.
Okay, otherwise it'll be a minute because this was, your fingers are gonna fall off. Mr. Mayor, anything else you need from me on my assigned agenda items, darling?
No.
Fantastic. Anything else you need from me on my assigned agenda items, darling?
No, ma'am.
Fantastic. In that case, we're out and you're gonna do these other things?
We'll do these other things.
Fantastic. Lovely. It's such a pleasure to see you. I do. We will sneak out and then we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me. I enjoy your company immensely.
Enjoy having you. We appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate you too.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, the mayor had to step out for a minute, so in my pro tem role, City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, ma'am. Vasquez Boulevard improvements are under construction, as you are aware. Beginning this month, CDOT is moving into the first of its 2 construction packages that is looking at things, reconfiguring lanes to widening the roadway, the intersection improvement at East 62nd Avenue and Vasquez Boulevard and Parkway Drive. And they anticipate a January 2027 completion for this first phase of construction. Normal working hours are gonna be somewhere between 7 and 5, Monday through Friday. Have some work on Saturdays. And there will be at time, night work. What we will do is work, with the launch of our website to ensure that we get this information out to the community as we become aware. Given that, right, there are going to be impacts both to not just the existing adjoining business community, but also broader implications with individuals, visitors, residents traversing 85, Vasquez, 64, 62nd, you name it. So we want to give you that update. City of Commerce City is obviously partnering with the Community College of Aurora to launch the Commerce City program and its inaugural of Food Truck Rodeo. That's Saturday, August 9th from 11 to 2 at Turnberry Park. This first time event will feature family-friendly activities, a special recognition of the launch of the Commerce City Promise Program, and a kick-in concert that we will have, that will remain nameless for the time being, but I think it will draw a number of individuals to this event on that Saturday. I can't hold it. It's Chicago Heat, so we know we get a great following with them. So, so looking really forward to that event. The City of Commerce City is also, as we shared in the past, partnered with Metropolitan State University to provide community GED participation program. That provides a no-cost GED prep courses in both English and Spanish. The Commerce City residents are aiming to support up to 150 students in the first 18 months. So this is to truly help our residents' financial literacy and the improvement of that. And that's being done with MSU Denver. As far as for Public Works, we're continuing the removal of the tracks within 68th Avenue in Colorado. Last week, we were in the process of extending the asphalt shoulder and addressing those repairs. On our annual aspect in PRG, Bison Ridge Rec Center will be closed August 18th through the 29th, with a reopening August 30th, while Eagle Point will be closed September 1st through September 12th, which will open September 13th. This is our annual closing of those facilities for a thorough cleaning, as well as performing essential repairs that cannot be done during regular hours. And that concludes my report for the evening.
Could you take the slide down, City Manager Rogers? Questions for the city manager? Oh, go ahead.
I noticed that CDOT's update on 62nd Avenue was, it said it was gonna be complete in the year 2027.
Correct.
Okay, well, you just said it was gonna be complete January 27.
I said 2027.
Oh, okay, I thought you said January 27.
That's when they anticipate that January 2027, they will be done.
Okay.
Not the
So
27th.
Not the 27,
we're looking at
January
a year-
2027.
Year and a half of construction,
Yes, sir.
just for that little project?
Well, it's everything from Parkway on Sictive, it's slightly below Parkway as you're heading towards the I-270 on ramp, all the way up to 64. So they'll be making improvements along that entire quarter to half mile stretch.
And I think they got a typo in their thing, it just says Second Avenue.
62nd.
And it's supposed to be 62nd, but it says Second,
Got it.
and it's in there a couple times, but anyway, that's all I got.
If I may very quickly showing you the next upcoming study session, we have budget CIP preliminary session, preliminary session number 2. Once again, depending on how much time of that we need, we may be able to free that up. As well as there's discussion around the North Range Substation, Buckley Park, Chambers Road. That's also slated for that night, depending on how much time. We will be adding the third item, which we discussed here, was the growth in the Northern Range continued discussion around Heather's proposal. So we will add time for that as well at the end of this agenda. But we will fit that all in so that we can still shoot for a 10:30 adjournment. Questions?
May I inquire about one of these, the city's website update on August 25th?
Yes, ma'am.
And we've had several new websites uploaded. Did we do a beta thing with the general public on this website to make sure it's user-friendly and that they can navigate it? Or is it straight staff vendor
So
proposal?
I did send a memo to that about why we were in the position of having to move forward, so we didn't have enough lead time to get into the stage of beta testing. We have done some, I would say a robust beta testing with the broader community. We've done some at our various events when we've been able to engage and or push out certain aspects to the community to get feedback as we've been marching towards this July 31st date that we have to come into compliance with accessibility laws here in the state. We intend to continue to take user feedback, even when it's live. And what the goal is to present that information as we've collected over the course of that next month at the August 25th meeting about what are some of the experiences, what are some of the feedbacks, and what are some of the continued improvements that we're going to make. But we intend to continue to take user feedback at least for the first 6 months so that we can continue to refine and tune the website.
So it will be up by July 31st anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
I see. Okay.
So,
Any other
yeah.
questions? No, okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. And
Okay,
unfortunately,
City Attorney Zarzaki.
So 2 items that, for your awareness, will be on the city council agenda as you requested on 4th. The shopping cart ordinance is ready, uploaded. You'll see it for review, as well as the revisions to Council Policy 2 and Council Policy 16. So those will be on consent, as we talked about last week. Also, please, I think most of you do, but please check your emails. There's an important email that will be dropping for each of you tomorrow with regards to development fees. And I will leave it at that. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone have a question for City Attorney? Who would like to make a report to council members?
I will.
Okay, Councilmember Douglas.
So I went to a DIA infrastructure presentation that was put on by the director, Phil Washington. And it was about the state of our infrastructure and how DIA is growing and how we have low grades right now and that we need to do improvement on it. So there were a lot of engineers that were there. It was also about the opening of the East Gate. So you can go through security quickly like you can on the west side. And that's really exciting. So that's going to happen at 3 o'clock in the morning on August 5th. So if anybody wants to go out, he said that there will be cookies for you if you want to check it out. But that was really interesting to attend, and there were a lot of people from the community, people from Brighton and Thornton there. So I went on behalf of the mayor who was had a conflict, and but I wanted to report on that and just remind everybody that DIA has such an impact on, or can have such an impact on our cities. The more that we can work with them, I think the better that we can make our city. And attended music in the park, and that was the last one. It was in Pioneer Park, and we had incredible feedback from everybody who attended the event. We had people coming from outside the city. They can't believe that this is happening here in Commerce City, and they just complimented us so much. And then the people who were there from Commerce City, just they're so appreciative that we're doing things for the people in the community, and we're doing it right. We're doing it first class. So just wanted to let everybody know that that was very successful, thanks to the city staff, especially Parks and Recs department. They worked so hard to put all of that up. It's a lot of work, and then all the volunteers from the Cultural Council, as well as all the people who came from the city and sat tables, and the nonprofits, and CDOT was there. So a lot of resources, and it was just a very successful event. Look forward to it happening again next year, and see if we can make it even better. But right now, everybody is thrilled with what we're doing. And then we had boards and commissions interviews on Saturday. I was so impressed by the fact that we had all kinds of different people interviewing, and they might not have been experts in the commission that they were applying for, but you could tell that they are excited about the opportunity to participate in something that is very meaningful for the city, and they want to learn and they want to help the city grow. And we had a lot of applicants from the south end of our city this time. And one of them even learned about the boards and commissions from Music in the Park, and has been a lifelong resident. And so I thought the interviews went really well, and I appreciate the fact that Councilmember Teeter, Kim, and Dukes. Oh, you didn't make it on Saturday, didn't you?
Where?
Missed you. For the boards and commissions interviews.
Nope.
So it was Councilmember Dukes and Kim and Chacon. And, oh, no, not Chacon, Mayor Pro Tem. No,
Who's on first?
yeah, who cares? Anyway, all of you, thank you for spending your Saturday with me. And so, yeah, it's a lot of work to do those interviews, but I really appreciate everybody's participation. So Councilmember Kim, you're out there. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, the mayor is back, so now he continues.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a council.
Appreciate it. Yes, go ahead.
Alright.
Mayor Ford,
You go ahead.
Councilmember Ford, go ahead.
I did my interview with Ralph Tallis and got that out of my way. I also got, as I mentioned during the meeting, several phone calls dealing with the developer of 96th Avenue and Tower with his concerns, trying to get them to the right people here at the city. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Okay, I too interviewed with Ralph Tellis. Also, I attended the Adams County Council of Governments dinner. As did Councilmember Teeter. Great turnout. Beautiful facility for the Northland City Hall. It was 33 million to build, 30,000 square feet. And it has all top of the line sustainability. They will be the only city hall in the state that meets all of the special stuff you have to meet in order to be considered a sustainable building. Also, I went to the birthday party, the 80th birthday party for Stadium Auto Parts. The owner, Norman Wright, is just the most delightful person. We're talking 80 years, I think I said. We took a tour. I have suggested to other people that they take a tour too, because it's really kind of crazy what they do in that facility. I do realize now that all of those cars I see parked from, I don't know whether is it I-75? I mean, am I seeing it from the freeway or am I seeing it from Highway 85? Either way, I can see his cars. 1,800 of them sitting there, but it really was very interesting. And yes, thank you, Boards and Commissions Committee. I have missed participating. It was fun to sit in and meet all the wonderful people in Commerce City who have an interest in serving our community and giving back. That's it.
Thank you.
And you were there too.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So Tuesday also did the Ralph Tellis interview regarding our long-term financial planning. Attended the final Music in the Park. I just want to give a huge shout out to the PRG staff that make it happen, make these events happen. Mainly the crew that goes in, and that's not PRG. I think that's Public Works regarding the taking down the tents, taking down the chairs and all that stuff. So appreciate that. Plus all the other boards and commission that attended those events as well. Also did the boards and commission interviews, just to what Councilwoman Douglas had said. Great crowd. Glad that they actually volunteered. Great group of candidates overall. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes.
Just the boards and commissions, meeting and the interviews. I'm always, just always impressed when you do these interviews and you just meet so many, different residents in our city that are choosing. During this last week, we heard a lot of folks, I'm choosing to be a part of the solution. That was like a common theme. They're like, I wanna help and be a part of the solution, so I'm volunteering to do this. And so, with that, I rest.
Thank you. Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I attended that raffle, whatever it is.
Reptiles.
Yeah, also, and also attended AdCog along with Pro Tem Susan and sorry about
It's
that.
getting late for us. It is.
But they have a program where they deal with mental health when they respond to a lot of these different calls, and I guess Commerce City participates in it also. But it looks like a pretty good deal, and it's a way of dealing with having people come forward and saying, hey, we got a problem here. In the past, they'd say, well, he didn't commit a crime, but he's crazy. Well, they can say that today, and they will take action, and they'll send people out to talk to them and hopefully talk them out of doing whatever they got planned. It's anyway, also I attended the Stadium Auto Parts celebration, and I never figured I'd ever call a junkyard a recycle center, but it's pretty impressive the way all the oil in the engine and the transmission and the rear end and
Fuel.
power steering, the fuel, they give them to the employees. That's one of the benefits you get for working there. You don't have to buy gas anymore because they bring in enough cars that so you said, but that's kind of cool. But I was impressed with the way they take care of the environment and the way they take care of their business. They bring the cars in and take the parts off from them, put them on a shelf, put the cars out back, and if somebody needs a part, they'll send a camera crew out and take pictures of it. And then if they say, yeah, I want it, well, then they'll go out and take it off and bring the part back, and it keeps the public from getting out there and getting involved with it. And I attended that community well-being on Saturday. That's why I wasn't at your other event. And I think city probably needs to come up with a program to get rid of some backpacks, because it looked like only about half the people showed up. And I'm sure I'm probably worried about immigration is my guess. I don't know, but I think we got a lot of backpacks we still need to get rid of.
We can go to the Hope Center.
Well, yeah, but that's something we need to work on. But and that's all I got.
No, you went to Epic and music in the park.
I did go to Epic, yeah.
And music in the park, didn't you?
I did,
Yeah.
yeah. Had a good time at Epic.
I'm gonna keep it short.
I did.
Tell us.
You better be funny, Mayor.
I had a conversation about our long-term financing, our long-term financing. Wednesday. Let's see, no, hold on. Thursday, did NADA with Councilmember Teeter. And then I met with the resident about noise issues. And then transportation infrastructure for National League of Cities, had another meeting with them, and then music in the park. The band was 2MX2.
Yeah.
So last year they were the opening act. And this year they were the closing act. I want to thank PRG, of course, and all the boards, commissions that were there and volunteering, all the city employees. I mean, it takes an effort for everybody to be there and you give all their attention to everyone who comes. And no one, you don't see anybody slacking off. Everybody is engaging. Everybody's having a good time. People have questions, they have answers. And just participation. And then the people who are coming out, just, you look at the grass area and it's just full of chairs and no one wants to get and dance. So they'll wait till the end to dance and then it's over, you know, then they want for the band to continue. So big kudos to the cities for putting that on because every one of those music in the park has been a big hit. The food, everything top notch. And there are some people who have moved here, they live in other cities and they never really participated in any kind of community events. And they were so happy to be part of Commerce City and the way we showcase when it comes to entertainment. So nothing funny, but
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. City Manager Rogers, are we planning to be involved in the methane emission rulemaking? And the reason I ask is that the Tower Road landfill was a thermo hotspot via satellite on Saturday and Sunday. So they must have been flaring.
There's a lot.
And we should be taking some sort of position on methane rulemaking because of the proximity of the methane emissions to our housing.
I've not had that conversation with my team, but I can bring that up.
Okay, thank you.
And also read that report card, the Colorado Infrastructure Report Card, and Colorado as a whole is a C. I think it's a negative C.
It's terrible.
It goes from water, everything, you name it, our roads, all that.
Roads are terrible.
We got a lot of work to do here in Colorado. But Commerce City, I think we're
On those fun notes,
doing good.
I brought them down.
We can always do better, but I think we're better than we were last year this time.
I think they said it was 43 or something like that.
And the water was really bad too, or the state. All right, City Manager Roger, did you go over
Yes, sir.
reports and everything? Not reports, but the
Yes.
meetings?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, appreciate that. Thank you, Director. All right, seeing no others, you guys get 24 minutes back into your. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council.
Have a great